Wait, is Lego it having a Shelby Cobra? I just saw this in Discord. Hello, Silent Derek Gaming. It is. On July 4th. Sign up for that. And good morning, Tiber and Zoom Out. How you doing? And just like usual, gonna get rid of the ads on Twitch so we don't have any pre-rolls before we really get started in earnest. So apologies for 3 minutes of ads, but I'll stave off pre-rolls during the games. If you want no ads, you can always look at the YouTube stream. And 11, hello. Already deadlines today. That sounds like a lot of deadlines. Oh, wait, Yo and Barles are playing already. In the game, they're right on time. What is this efficiency? Usually they're a few minutes later. The YouTube stream. Let me add the player names to the YouTube stream. Probably more like 4. Sounds good. Really enjoyed watching Cartographers. Thanks for hosting. Well, thanks for watching. Glad you enjoyed. Hello, HQ. Your game is over. Out of sync detected. Oh no. Oh, it's Arabia. It went out of sync. That happens on Arabia these days. Looking for listening for any Zoom. And hello, Lily. Boy, I'm sure we'll be zooming lots today. Zooming all around. Is there a China S-tier LAN in October? That's, yes, according to the schedule. Oh, is it October? Wherever the LY Cup is. Yes, that is a Chinese LAN. Are Yo and Barles in Arabia right now? I launched 5 minutes ago. Is that just my DE that went out of sync? What is going on? Game is over. Okay. It says out of sync detected. Oh, Zoom Out. Thanks for gifting a sub to Lily. We are 15 subs away from 400 sub points. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at a game that has gone out of sync. I can at least set up the scoreboard then. This will be LY Yo. Put Barles in red then. I don't think that gets maintained, but okay. Right, so this would be the game we're playing, but it has gone out of sync. And I don't know what's going on. Do we have a game code in their Discord? Looks like we do. Winning. Do they play on the old patch somehow? Hindustani's Malay should go out of sync though. It would usually say it's playing on a different patch. Can someone check another stream and see if they indeed are playing? And hello, Dangle. How you doing, Dangle? Let's see, is Danny in the match? Danny's spectating it just fine. More than spectating it. Why is it going out of sync for me? Let me restart the game, maybe. It's weird. I have like an update I gotta install? Currently driving across the country, 1K miles down. Nice. Yeah, Orton has them going. Hello, Tundra Blitz. Hello, Sitaux. Barles picking Arena. I love Arena. You're picking Crater. Someone tell me why the game is going out of sync. Maybe I just needed to restart the game. Okay. Had to restart the game to get it to work. Get your thanks DE emotes in the chat. I'll catch up to real time. Now we're good. Now we're good. It's just Arabia Dark Age. I think we've seen enough of these. So, look at these two woodlines spawning together for Yo. Thanks, DE. So, Yo will be playing as the Red Malay. It'll be Chicken Arabia. Or no, Barles will be playing as the Red Malay. He'll be Chicken Arabia. Changing his color has confused me already. Yo will be playing as the Blue Hindustanis. His chickens will be forward, Barles's will be to the back, so probably a much better map for Barles already. And thank you, Lloyd YX, thank you for the follow. And hello, Radu. Hello, Raicho. Kitan's still banned after the patch. Were they on the draft? I totally didn't pay attention to the draft. I'm trying to get the game launched. We'll look at that after the game. Maybe they're still good. Maybe they're still good. Alright, catching up to real time, and here we are. Skirms are picking off the archers who have fought off the militia. A rematch from Warlords where Barles had done pretty well. I recall. Barles always does well in his 1v1s. Rio'd MBL earlier. And now it'll be skirm defense from Yo. As those militia and that skirm start hovering around the back of the base. And, well, not going to be able to do too much damage. Just a couple of skirmishers. Militia may be the bigger threat even to villagers now. But it will be annoying to all the small walls. And meanwhile, Barles, he doesn't need a small walls, he can go for a full wall. I guess Yo could have used that cliff to even as part of a wall, but would have been quite large for him. Not saying it's not large for Barles. And maybe to the south of his map would have had a fairly tight wall could have made. But I guess the early drush does stymie your ability to go for the type of full wall that Barles is going for. Even that one archer is going to be annoying to the villager, but he'll get enough HP on the palisade, and he'll be okay for now. I'll add more farms. And just keep sending more archers forward, even a couple of archers to try to pick this one off. Yeah, it's actually not that bad of a wall. I thought it looked a bit larger on the mini-map. And scouts from Yo. We're trying to go scouts against the skirms, but that one spear there is going to be super annoying. You could look to wall this gap up. But even there, kind of annoying because this woodline is so exposed. Thin woodlines on this generation, very thin. Skirms from Yo will come over, try to push this back again. See if they can be successful. He's trying to get more scouts and get a good scout skirm mixture. And a villager, can't forget the vill. Still that one spear is stopping the scouts from jumping. Yo's gonna look to wall up here. They've even been more ambitious walling by the cliff, but we'll just push this back for now. Scout goes over, Spear gets a poke, but he goes down. Militia and scouts fighting all the skirms. Skirms will go down, and that is clean. That's cleaned now. But Barles still has a score lead afterwards, and with that melee bonus, that faster up timing, more TC time, and he's a 3-0 lead. Also has 2 archers. They just hide back here. Ooh. Find a little hole in the back of the map to hide in. Just gonna camp them there. He was gonna wall up and be like, oh no, archers in my base. Barles has a nice map, easy to wall, and doing the walls. Oh, no problem there. Doing all the walls. Again, we are walling Arabia. We are. Remember, Yo picked Arena as, or no, Barles picked Arena as his home map, so we might see 2 wall-offs. Crater shouldn't be walled. Arabia walls, Arena walls. That's what AoE 2 is these days. Eating a McBiscuit in the middle of nowhere. Nice. Lots of middle of nowheres, though, in the US. Drive a bit west from me, you start getting into Pennsylvania, you get lots of middle of nowheres out there. Even along the highways. Except crossbow bodkin on the way for Barles. And Castle Age on the way for Yo. He's still on his way up. Crossbow just about to finish. Learned anything from MBL is that everything can be walled. That remember that map El Samim where there were no wood lines, just the one tile piles of wood? That could be walled. Oh, he's doing it! Barles is going for the melee elephant. Oh, Barles is a man who knows how to melee. He's going to melee with that elephant. Scouts go down. A pure archer fighting the bear. I also said I was going to move the chat from this side to this side. I still haven't done that. And here are the crossbows. Barles had been hiding in the back of the woods, but until he got crossbow, now he has crossbow. And he'll be picking a couple of vills, and also being annoying to the feudal skirms. I'll try to pick him off, but that skirms have to spend time chasing the crossbow rather than being forward. Yo, nice job from Yo. If I had tried to right-click those crossbows with the skirms, my skirms would have shot at the wrong time, and the crossbows would have survived. Shot? Thrown a javelin? Thrown a javelin, that's probably the better term. Shot puts another event. So there is a monastery going up for Yo. Skirms coming from the back, skirms from both sides. Elite skirm, bodkin, even useful against the elephant with how little the pierce armor is. And Barles just going to try to use his crossbows as well as he can, but he's going to lose almost everything there, if not exactly everything. Ooh, 3 HP away from everything. Elephants, though, will force the monk defense. And husbandry now for the faster elephants from Barles. This is live, right? These games are live. Yes, there'll probably be a mixture of live and recorded games today. Crossbows coming forward. Let's hope we don't have another game of Fortress that crashes OBS. Or that crashes Capture Agent and in turn OBS. Another TC going up on stone in the back. And now, so crossbow elephant versus skirm monk. And Barles pulling ahead with a bit of an eco lead. I have a coffee here I need to start sipping on. I could use one of those good McBiscuits right now and dangle. I'm kind of jealous that you have one. I need to set up like the treat stream or whatever for people to send me food. Your bases are so cute. They're all both walled into the corner. Opposite corners on this map. I like how we have these 2 parallel lines of cliffs with a bear in between them. Like the bear is there, he's given a high school geometry course lecture about parallel lines. Gotta love parallel lines. Here, Harvey's clogging. And I need treat stream for chat to send me healthy food, that is. Or coffee. Coffee's always good. I'm skinny now. I gotta. I need to bulk for the next Vilk cosplay. I'm still dealing with that shoulder injury that I have horrible ulnar nerve pain that goes down to my elbow. My fingers on my left arm. Well, once I get time, I probably got to see a doctor about it. Traditional ethnic food of New Jersey, or traditional food is pizza and bagels. I could definitely go for some bagels, though. Ooh, can the skirms save the monk? No, they can't, but they can kill the scouts almost. And ooh, more monks going down. Nice micro from Barles. Barles is doing great this game. In come the elephants. And yo, off of his gold. Guess he doesn't need it for skirms. But crossbows picked the monks right away. Excellent micro. Bulgarian split squats. I've done a lot of those. Part of rehabbing. Also a hip injury I'm dealing with. And a knee injury on opposite legs. Bagels with peanut butter peak bulking snack. Ooh. So castle going up. I'm actually in a cut cycle right now, though. I'm gonna cut and then do another bulk cycle later. This is playing so well, he'll be imp soon. Well, he's melee. They do get imp very fast. Wait, now is that 175, and I've dropped to 168 right now. Not so soon. I think he's gonna take a while for him to be imp. I think it's gonna be a while still. You get your calculator out. I was 128 a couple years ago. I've been gaining since then. So scouting the market. Elephants running back. Skirms go for the crossbows. Now enough skirms out for Yo that maybe he can just fight with only skirms. Monk wants a conversion too, so that elephant needs to garrison and just break the conversion. Conversion charge maintained. Okay, Monk can turn away. And she also that number. Yes, now that I'm in my 30s, though, I deal with injuries. They slow me down. Taking care of a newborn got your weight from 164 to 173. That'll do it. At least it's not too big of a difference, though. It's within 10 pounds. Injuries are not fun. No, they're not. Hope Yo keeps track of his king. This is not regicide. This is not regicide. So, okay, Yo going out to another gold. Elephants are there, but they're running away from the monk. Elephants with husbandry are quite speedy, I guess. 0.99 speed. Faster than the skirms. They can run away. Hindustani do have the option of redemption, should Yo want to convert the mangonel. Age of skirms. Age of skirms, indeed. Forward castle on the hill, and Barles is up to imp. He has that quick melee imp. And Squire's scale mail armor. Is Yo gonna go pikeman? No, he's gonna go gulams. Gulams versus karambit warriors. What wins? I don't know. Mangonel doesn't get off a shot on the skirms. Skirms probably do okay against karambits. Karambits go for the monks. Karambits not valuable to convert. They just enough to pick the monk. This will be the second castle from Barles. You'll have an elephant crossbow karambit army. What a melee composition. There's imp for both players, but much later for Yo. Want to know how to append and create control groups with shift? Because then you said if I can, because I could, then suddenly I can't no more. Check in your hotkeys. There is a shift group hotkeys you can set. That's the only thing that comes to mind. I think you can change that. I use control for all my hotkeys, and I think that's the default. But there is a shift group appending thing, but I turned that off. It's something that I found more annoying. It's probably in your hotkey menu then. I know there are settings for that. But who knows if it's a DE thing and settings might have changed. So trebs are popping already for Barles. He's going to have double castle treb production forward once this goes up. Thank you, GDLC MOP, for the follow. Another treb forward, ready to besiege that castle. Trying to be on the hill, but this is pretty hilly itself. An AoE Captain Soap. For the follow. To our Heaven and Hell tournament. I casted T90 yesterday. You can see the bottom of my YouTube. Otherwise, John Slow might be casting it. You can check him out. It is his tournament. I just like this one's Mario's. So University going up for Barles. That'll be a bit of a wall. But skirms could maybe deny that. Especially if those skirms get imp and get bracer. Hill goes down. How's Barles so good? Practices. That's now 4 trebuchets taking out the castle. This is a buy time castle for Yo. 5 trebuchets won't be able to keep repairing. Karambits now are going to go back and try to clean the skirms. Ballistics will be on the way. And they will close in on the skirms. Playing on Arch Linux. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I'll need to swap to Linux by the end of the year when Windows 10 support ends. All the Golams go down. I've used Arch in the past, but I'll probably just do an Ubuntu setup just for simplicity. Maybe I could be tempted for Arch. We'll need to do like a Linux setting upstream then. A fan of Windows 11. Oh, I used it once and was horrified. So at the same time, there are Karambits coming in, starting to hoover around in Yo's base. Yo has 2 defensive castles, and is going to try to make a swap for Hindustani Cav Archers to clear up the Karambits. Okay, Cav Archer is also more mobile than elephants, but the Trebs are working on the next castle from Yo, and Barles is feeling pretty good. 20-ville lead too. This castle will go down. A couple more Treb shots, and down it goes. But the Cav Archer number is starting to increase. Barles has been amassing them. Yo has been amassing them, and Barles will have to counter the Cav Archers with skirms. And with Trebs. Trebs apparently effective too. Only 1 castle left now for Yo, and that'll be his Treb production and also his Karambit, or his Gulam production. That goes down. Treb moving in. Are we so zoomed in? I think this is a normal zoom. I gotta go back to 800 by 600 resolution. Graham's gonna raid the gold and zoom out. Thanks for gifting a sub to Hastur. Everyone who asks me to zoom out more is just gonna get a sub from zoom out, apparently. A defensive castle here from Barles. If Yo notices that, that could be a doubt castle. Elite Karambit coming in, and Yo does notice. Yo does notice, and that probably won't go up. Defensive castle right in the middle of the base, defending the farms from Barles. Karambit is so annoying on the economy, that it is. Love to see elephants. I do too. So elite Karambits, let's look at them. We can zoom in for them. Look how gold they are. These look so different than the normal Karambits. Aside from the fact they all get bunched up together. Okay, we'll zoom out after that. Continuing the push on the front, castles all are down. So this castle is denied, but not going to help hit the situation in his own base. Karambits go for the trib. One trib down despite repair bills almost being there. Houses is being tribbed down. And Karambit. The combo coming forward. Karambits to raid, skirms to skirmish. Yo, adding a light cav. Maybe he could try to add cav after this. Does have heavy cav archers now. And Malay, I think the Malay could struggle against. The only real option there is skirms. Cav archers, I think, should be good against elephants even, but more map control for Barles, going for more gold. And he could eventually get some skirms back and make another play for that castle, and there he goes. Kind of ironic how much gold they have, considering they are a low-cost gold unit. Oh, look at all the gold Barles hasn't spent. 2.5k banked up. He also has a relic. One Ghulam, not going to break in. The last Ghulam for Yo, with no more castles, can't train more unless he mines stone or buys some. More Karambit raiders, or more Karambit raiding going for this TC. The vills wall themselves in, so they should be able to get it up. But again, just overall being annoying, forcing some cav archers to come over. What is up here? Just houses and a couple of outposts. Yo, losing a couple of cav archers to skirms on the front. The last Ghulam runs away. Tech nerd starts time consuming. That's the thing. I figure Ubuntu instead of Arch so I don't fall down the rabbit hole. You know, the only thing I need to do is swap caps lock and escape, and then I'm usually good. Well-made investment into Karambit coins. Also into skirms. The skirms now are the crucial part for dealing with the cav archers. But TC goes down. Yo likes to hold on. Score lead continuing to climb for Barles. Does the map have more stone than normal? Nope, it's just normal stone. I think he's been taking the extra stone though. Also, all the gold he's not spending, he can buy stone. He bought 300 stone for this castle. Treb's going for houses, then might go for CA. Bombard cannon coming forward. Trebs might have to come back, but another cannon here for Barles. Barles staying at almost 200 pop. Yo, dropping to around 150. And Yo, oh, there's Barles. He sees the extra stone, but Yo will be taking it. It's not a good castle. It would have been a better castle on the stone, next to those parallel lines. They've gotten rid of the bear, but parallelism still is there. Look at these wild horses. Look at the blonde hair they have. Up, and Yo will call the GG. As there is another raid in on his woodline, and finally dropping in pop to the point where the Karambit raids are finishing him off. He can't continue fighting, lost the relics, and GG. And Barles here, hell, despite the fact he might not like the castle, he does win the game. And are these horses, they have different oh no, they're all the blonde horses. Which horse is this? Does it tell me which? I don't know which horse this is. There are many horse models. I'll have to figure out where the blonde horses come from. So it's 224 kills for Yo, but that's what happens when you're the Malay. Huge eco advantage, and you can win with the negative KD, especially with Karambits. Always fun to see these two against each other. Yes, it is. They had a good set in Warlords. Barles playing extremely well these days. 4K. He was banking 4K gold at the end of that game. Scoreboard update. Win for Barles. Win on Arabia. And for Civs, it's a win with the Malay. And a loss for Yo with the Hindustanis. Yo may be trying to get Hindustani versus Maya on Arabia, but didn't get that matchup. Barles went for the Malay instead. Thank you, BFreeze09, for the follow. Love the Georgians always picks them. Barles is the dark horse. Barles is the blonde-haired dark horse, I guess. I forget, what's Barles' hair color? I haven't seen an interview with him in a while. He has a great YouTube channel, too. He wasn't even subbed. Your sub, zoom out. Unless you mean for YouTube. I'm not new at Linux Filter Coffee. I just don't want to have to spend time setting it up. I've done that with a lot of software stuff. I've been keeping settings as default as possible recently. It looks like Crater will be the next map indeed. Yo taking his home map. Barles is the new Hera? I don't know if he's at that level yet. Yeah, well, if you're on Twitch, go sub on YouTube too. Because it's free to sub on YouTube. That's the same as following. And we're almost at 30k subs. Imagine that if we had 30k Twitch subs. And okay, loading in. Barles once more shall be in the red. So Koreans for Barles against Georgians for Yo. Barles to the west, Yo to the east, Barles in the red, Yo in the blue. One stream on each monitor. You can compare the delay and the quality. I think YouTube is going to be like maybe half a second to a second delayed based on Twitch, but that's absolutely fine. That should be absolutely fine. And so the map is Crater, and if we zoom out, you can see that there is a huge crater in the middle of the map. Your woodlines are on the outside. You have 5 relics directly in the middle, and then you have some hunt. Players will have 8 ibexes on the outside, and great for the Georgians because the mule cart can be used to take both from the woodline and from the ibexes. So smooth start to the game for the Georgians. And usually players will wall up the woodline and then try to go feudal, and you'll have a huge feudal war because it is hard to wall. This is rock terrain on the outside, so you can do a small wall around your woodline and then wall your base, but all of your gold, all of your stones tend to be forward. And that's what we have here. Berries to the back, but that's the only thing to the back. All the golds and stones are forward. YouTube 1 second behind, had to mute. Okay, so 1 second I think is perfectly fine. It's more of the 1 second delays so I can do the higher quality 4K stream. And the boar will go down to the villagers. Ibex will be taken. So Barles will have to do the task of pushing the Ibexes into the TC. Yo will have more scouting time because of that, but to be fair, not much to scout on this map. YouTube, this is from 1 second in the future. Play aggressive as he did, and also not have 30 vils extra. Have the 30 vils extra eco? What do you mean the 30 vils extra eco? You mean overboom too much? I know I'm guilty of that sometimes. You just keep queuing vils even when you get your imp. You get 140. You're just in that same cycle. You're making the vils. I need to do settings with SteamOS. Which really needs to add the ability to rewind. I mean, I think almost everything about the YouTube player is better. I just feel like YouTube has like a community platform for AoE2 streams isn't as nice. It's not like I have a huge list of people still streaming like I do on Twitch with my followers or the channels I'm following, or with just being able to go to the AoE2 category and see other AoE2 streamers. So scout a fight here, a scout dance here, not really a fight. Just Yo trying to be annoying on the Ibex push. And annoying he is indeed. That one went back up. Barles could maybe send a Vil, but no Loom. They're both on level ground now, so the farther they get from a hill, the more tempted Barles might be to fight. And he will get the Ibex in. So Yo just being annoying. I have fake out pick. I think Koreans were pretty straightforward on this map due to the skirm discount. Maya could be good here, though. I'll have a good feudal age. Longer lasting ibexes could be nice. But the skirm discount, the free armor for the Koreans, I think is overly tempting for Barles. I don't think he got the hit there. He still does have a good HP advantage. I'm watching the chill and calm. You try to be chill here. As both players up to feudal, and Vils will head out towards the wood line. People say they like that they can fall asleep to the stream, and I won't wake them up like T90 does. Upseong versus Fawn Towers would be fun. I guess that's Koreans building their towers outside the range of this Fawn Tower then. Plug and play, but you get Pac-Man. We can make our own Pac-Man these days. That's what we did in Intro Computer Science. We made these super old video games as the final project. Less complicated than Pac-Man, though. You'd break out Space Invaders, Asteroids, Frogger, that type of thing. I was asleep for 2 hours yesterday when MBL played. That's my challenge too, not falling asleep while streaming. Sometimes it's a long stream, and like it's like I need a nap in the middle. Never did Pong. That's probably too simple. Oh, I guess it is very similar to Breakout. We did single-player games though. Pong's kind of a two-player game. Okay, scout fight here, both in feudal. Ibex just goes to the mill. And all that forward scouting has been very annoying. And now that Barles needs to use his scout to fight in feudal, it will be the deer on the outside, not pushed in. The deer, the ibexes. And Yo is just still peacefully taking his ibexes at that meal cart. It doesn't seem like this Fawn Towers type. I don't know about that. I think he'd probably enjoy his Fawn Tower if he got to it. You saw those Fawn Towers yesterday from Jordan. Oh, those were sick. Erect. All those. What were they? The Kipchaks. Yeah, Kipchaks. I almost said Benas, but then I realized it's Georgians who have the Fawn Towers. Had to think it for a second for what Civ Jordan was facing. Almost always, regardless of who you're watching, fall asleep to the Memb streams. Lots of skirms there from Barles. Yo going scouts. Do skirms counter scouts these days? Just you get enough skirms and you just hit the scouts. These will be the healing Georgian scouts, so 2 HP per minute. Even that feels quite fast. Oh, he said Steam OS, and I was thinking Pac-Man the video game might come with it, but yes, Pac-Man the package manager. Arch, yes. What's the theme for this tournament? I don't think there's really a theme. It's just a lot of standard maps and 1v1s. Ooh, villager here. He might be picked off by the scouts. 4 scouts, they'll have the hill. And that Vil outside the walls trying to take that Ibex will go down. Again, the annoying prevention of the Ibex push at the start with the scout from Yo still paying off for him. So skirms and a couple spears coming forward now. Blacksmith on the way up from Yo. Skirms might be able to harass that. I'll say gate going up. It's deleted. Sleeping on the gold mine that could be ASMR to sleep streams. I think I'd need a second YouTube channel for that. I do have that one video where I read those Relics of Atheline books for 2 hours. That was a custom scenario where someone added a bunch of books, and if you discover them, a story gets added to your objectives menu. And there was 2 hours worth of reading I went through. There's a sequel to that. It was supposed to be out in 2021, but it's still in the works. One day we'll play Shadows of Calparea. So, fletching on the way, and still both players amassing more skirms. This is just a big skirm war map. It's like Valley of Kings, but it's wider and more skirms. I need more handbook streams. Maybe we can do a stream where we read the official handbook. I'll like do my when that gets the unified handbook. And Nilly publishes that. We have a more finalized copy. You have your Age of Kings track guidebook. I have that too. Apparently there are different ones, because the one I have is not official. It's different than the one I saw Zach post once. That could be a good stream one day. We grab the original strategy guides, and we try to win using strategies from them. See how relevant they are. Isn't it already released? It's a draft of it is released. It's not finalized. Scouts hitting the villager. You have the... Yep, I have that. I have the AOK. Well, what's that called? I want to call it a cheat sheet or a handout or a pop-out. Whatever the thing is. I have that. I also have the AoE 1 edition of that too. Well, that's how things worked in AoE 1. They didn't actually have the tech tree in the game. The tech tree was in the manual, or in the handout that you had in the box. So Castle Age on the way for Yo. He'll be the first one to click up, and he did wall as much as he could. He will be towering his lumber camp now, or not his lumber camp, but his mule cart wood camp. And tower will hit the skirms and the spears as they run in, but only one tower can't cover the whole base. Horse collar in, that's a lot of farms without horse collar, but to be fair, Barles doesn't have horse collar either. Lots of farms without horse collar for him. Yeah, the brown chart. Had to have it next to you to see what to research. AoE 1 was crazy with the tech tree dependencies. There was essentially an upgrade you had to research at the temple, which was the monastery equivalent, in order to unlock the ability to research what would be the champion upgrade. Imagine that, you had to go to the monastery and research illumination to unlock champion. They did away with that slightly in AoE 2, but you still have that mill before the market situation that you run into on Nomad sometimes. Or the blacksmith for the workshop. Rejuvenation for Legion, yes. What was rejuvenation? Was that faster? Was that the same as illumination? The faster monk juice recovery, or priest juice recovery? Yeah, and wheel. You had to go to the market and research wheel before you could create your chariots at the stable and your chariot archers at the range. So skirm defense from Yo, he is up. Barles still working on his way up. Barles doing scale mail armor. He's doing armor for the spears as the Koreans. Okay, he really wants to use them to clear the scouts. Well, does so successfully. Barles probably just looking to go skirm spear then. Stay on the trash units. Won't need to take that gold that's forward. With all the knights out, he will want the spears. You're going knights for those healing Georgian knights. We'll lose some skirms in the process. That's a lot of spears. Feudal trash. I always feel like as much as knights counter pikes in early castle, spears counter knights in early castle. Somehow the spear is just better against the knight than the pike is. Which is just situationally, if you amass a ton of spears in feudal, then you can take decent fights against knights like we're going to see here. Even though they are still just spears. AoE2 has the funnier cheat units. That it does. Or AoE1 is the funnier cheat units. Indeed. AoE2 just has the car. Which I saw that Lego's coming out with a Shelby Cobra set. So I think I'll see if I can pre-order that. And I might do a Lego live stream of the Shelby Cobra. Skirm Spear Tower, Barles is gaming. Barles is gaming. Guard Tower is defending now. Korean Guard Tower is scary even for knights. Yeah, AoE1 had the 2 cars. The scariest thing in AoE1 were those mirror towers. If you ever play that Syracuse scenario with Archimedes, they took the lasers that they had for the cheat units and were like, oh, why don't we put them on a tower? There's the historical story of how there were the towers used to reflect sun and burn the Roman ships, which was reflected in AoE1 by towers shooting lasers at you. Did I play on Zone and IGZ? I did not play on Zone. I played on Voobly, but it was Voobly at that point. Flying Dutchman, the ship on land. Remember when ships on land were cheat codes and not just pathing? Yeah, Voobly was after IGZ. Or what wasn't IGZ originally what Voobly was called and they renamed it? AoE4 died and people went back to AoE2? That is a long discussion. You still having trouble after checking the hotkey button? I don't really have it. I've not heard of that problem before. I wish I had more advice. Other than check, maybe you have some overlapping hotkeys. Maybe check your keyboard, make sure that your shift key is actually working. Most OP unit are skirms and monks. Skirms and monks. So lots of knights for Yo. Yo does have a slight score lead. It's like 1 Vil eco lead too. Both these players staying 1 TC. The Korean Guard Towers, I gotta say, are really nice on this map for protecting your eco. And Barles trying to collect the relics. He's in the middle trying to get 5 relics. I think he would like to get those relics back to his base at some point, but now Yo's army is kind of in the middle stopping that. He was going to try to ram down the monastery, maybe. Maybe the middle is actually safer. The ram comes in, and, well, some melee units for Barles. He can maybe hit the ram of the Vils. Yo doing his own monks. Skirms still wander around on the outside. Only feudal skirms for Barles. Barles has not clicked elite skirm. He's just going full on pikeman. Rhyme does go down. Pikes are fighting the knights under the under the tower. A tower putting in work. Low HP knights run away. And Barles is going to run off of his gold. Still afraid of those knights. But he does now have all 5 relics. No relic victory timer, so he did set the victory correctly. And Mr. Riska, thank you for the follow. Monk wants a conversion on the knight. Gets the conversion. The 3D art style. I think there's a bit more than that. So that is a long discussion. The ram going for the tower. Well, I build up 1 tile wall next to the tower. It makes it harder for units to camp underneath the tower, because towers have 1 minimum range from murder holes, so it's less area where units can camp. Although, kind of, if you're not actually going to fully wall off the tower, rams can still attack it, so that defeats the purpose of it. Oh, Mangonel does hit the ram, though. It makes it harder for knights to get a good surround, because now only 4 units can attack over the diagonals instead of more. But still goes down to the Mangonel. Repairs for Yo as he keeps pushing forward. Now, Barles still does have that 5 relic economy, but Yo as the Georgians really pulling ahead in eco. Barles will castle the front of his base, though, and that should secure him another gold and another stone. Still don't know why Barles doesn't have Elite Skirm. Feels like Elite Skirm, even against all the Knights, would have just been more useful. The Knights only have 1 armor. Getting more attack on the Skirms would at least force Yo to do +2. Still, maybe one day we'll get a proper new RTS. From what I heard, Stormgate has also failed to take off, but that's kind of just trying to be a StarCraft clone. I feel like StarCraft is its own thing, and copying that is kind of a risk because StarCraft already exists. There are a couple games out there, Stormgate and another one, I forget the name of it, that have attempted to be essentially new StarCrafts. Haven't heard as much about them though. Okay, that is a forward castle from Yo, a bit too forward. But he has placed the foundation, 14 villagers. That will at least hit that tower. Not going to cover the gold, but has to be careful to build it outside the tower range. Make sure the tower can't hit all the vills. And pikes will be poking down the Mangonel. And don't think Barles can deny this. He does still have feudal skirms, not elite. Why is Barles not doing elite skirm? Put it on the AoE2 sidebar for game variants. If only we could do that for Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Make a definitive edition of that. Okay, fortified church in the wood line, but a knight does get there. Knight gets into hoover around. There was an overchop, but shouldn't be much of an issue with the tower and church there. Bills might have to garrison for slightly, but knight should go down. Do fortified churches have minimum range? Oh, they do. Interesting. So they're not like a TC. They're more like a tower in that regard. But the wood line secured. And Yo with the forward castle continuing to push into Barles. Castle at the front go down as Barles has lost that monastery. Yo going to start picking up the relics. Fortified churches will be great for grabbing relics. Fire Lancer! This unit was buffed! This unit was buffed! It went from 8 to 9 attack, and it's cheaper. Barles now doing Fire Lancers. 9-vil ranked. I think it would be nice if you could just swap out the Empire Wars queue for a 9-vil queue. Or had more control over just like some type of ranked lobbies where you could play custom maps that have 9 vils on them. Imp on the way for Yo. He has a vil lead, he has a good eco lead, and as stone walls come up on the wood line, feels like Yo is in the driver's seat now, even with the Fire Lancers. Shouldn't be able to destroy a ram, but they will die to the castle. Two biggest IPs, Lord of the Rings. There's a good Lord of the Rings mod for AoE 2, but it's for the original game. I don't know if it's there for DE. That'd be nice if you could take all the big modding projects for AoE 2, like the Portuguese Civ mod, Realms, have them in DE. Yeah, Realms would fit right in along with all the crazy non-AoE 2-esque bonuses they've added, though. So, Barles with a castle. Where are these vills going? These vills are just idled. The castle's on the front of his base, and he's got no resources left. And this is the risk of Crater. You lose all your forward stuff. Castles go up on all your forward res. Where's Gandalf in this game? Gandalf, are these the Gandalf monks? I think these monks are the closest we're gonna get to Gandalf. This is Gandalf the Blue here. In the Hobbit he had a blue hat, at least. So this is maybe Grey Robe's blue hat. This can be Gandalf. So, forward castle from Barles, counter castle on the front of Yo's base, trying to take the resources away from Yo. Okay, well, Barles still trying to cook something out of this game. He's gonna be stuck, though, in the castle age, has to rely on the Fire Lancers. And Yo, once Yo gets imp, he'll have double castle treb production on the front to take this out, take out the TC, and then maybe turn around and clear the castle. Yes, indeed, on the new patch. I think the down... Oh, there's the GG from Barles. So he sees the imp, and that'll be it. I think the downside of modding DE is graphics mods are much harder to make. You really need some 3D modeling skills, I think, to do them properly and have destruction animations for the buildings. For AoE2, people just would mod stuff in Photoshop. It was much simpler with low-resolution sprites. So, well done from Yo. The full trash attempt from Barles did not stand up to the economy of the Georgians. Fortified churches were great, and even with 5 relics, Yo was able to get just enough of an army lead that he could plop those castles down at the front and take all the resources away from Barles. He finished the other 2 golds and stones at the front, and had no more access to any of those minerals. Are they better than AoE2 custom maps? There are more features in Warcraft 3 from what I've heard. You can do more like scenario editor trigger-esque things. But I've not played Warcraft 3, so I can't really attest to that. AoE 1 would come from the cereal box? That would happen in a lot of countries from what I've heard. He's one of the blue wizards who went east. Yes. So thank you all again for tuning in. Again, make sure to check out Mario's channel. He is the host of this event. And we'll have a game number 3 coming up. To get this scoreboard updated too. Still pretty expensive at 200 wood, but they boost your eco too. And it is still wood. And that wood is probably the cheapest of resources in early castle. I enjoyed AoE 3 back in the day. Had a lot of fun with it. Especially the graphics at the time when it came out. I thought that was pretty impressive. I actually played the original AOM not long ago in preparation for the Retold. And I was actually impressed by the graphics. I actually think original AOM in many ways has better graphics than AoE 4. They held up really well. It very distinctly looks like its own thing. And with a lot of modern RTS games, you can run into the problem that they look kind of like mobile games, and Age of Mythology distinctly does not. AoE 1 is installed by default on PCs in Vietnam. That's what I've heard. That Microsoft never actually sold AoE 1 in Vietnam, but it's just installed by default on PCs. So thank you everyone for watching. We have 600 plus viewers between Twitch and YouTube. YouTube streams have been doing great. And we're getting to the next game. And it will be Arena. Alright, let me drink my coffee while we still have the ad break going. AoE 3 OST is nice. I like it, but it's very stylistically different than AoE 1 and 2 and AOM. So I don't include it in the Out of Break soundtrack, but maybe in the Out of Game soundtrack I have playing, but maybe I could. And also thank you, Giorgio Florin6 for the follow earlier. So we now will have Arena. Yo will be the Cumans, Barles will be the Burgundians. And this very snowy arena map. Look at this, how snowy it is. You got the snow bushes on the outside of the forest, the trees on the inside. That's what Chizani's doing this. I've done this on a couple of maps. I think it's cute. You go from the bushes on the outside to the trees on the inside. No purpose other than to be scenic. You might think, oh, maybe you're microing the lumber camps and it's easier to click on the bushes than the trees. But no, players just use identical pine trees. That's what happens to me. I spent all this time making my maps fancy just for players to use identical pine trees. Stopped playing AOM when I realized you couldn't run through enemy open gates. Yeah, you can't. And the building foundations are super weak in Age of Mythology. Maybe you just mean the buildings, but the foundations are weak. You can't do forward fortresses because the foundations just get crushed by while they're under construction. Forest is very pretty. These forests are fairly pretty. I've been paying more attention to the forests when I do maps and trying to use more interesting tree combinations. Do you guys remember AoE 1, where there were two types of trees? There were the normal trees and then the desert trees, and they were basically like there were like what, the two forests. There was grass and dirt terrain, then there was shallow and deep water, and then there were the shallows. So I think there were only 7 terrains in AoE 1. And Reven1151, thank you for the follow. We're still grinding towards 15k followers on Twitch. We're at 13,283, but I think we're climbing quite well. See if we can hit that over the summer. The less resource cubes are, yes, the Finnish cube mod. My favorite thing about the cube mod is the fish. The fish just bob up and down in the water. Those are really cute. Are there hills under the forest? Yes. Oh, hills on Arena. As much as they tried to make the forests pretty, just why? What are these hills on Arena? Anyway, relics will be maybe slightly favoring Barles. We'll have one over here, kind of closer to each player. Then the triangle of relics over here, but maybe the triangle may be slightly closer to Barles. Yeah, and I don't know how limited the Khitans are by the nerf. I've not seen too many games with them. That was maybe the big change in the patch, that the Khitans had their pastures nerfed. So Khitans apparently had been the insta-pick on the ladder for a while. But that has changed a bit. Or maybe it hasn't. I don't know, but we'll need to investigate. Maybe just look at some ranked games, see if there are still Khitans played at a high level. How do Kumans beat HC hand cannons? Kipchaks, I would believe. Late game, I'm not sure how the Civ matchup goes. I guess Kipchak Hussar for the Kumans. And it might also be determined by who gets the relics. Burgundians do get food with the relics, so 5 relics for the Burgundians is probably like having 12 extra vills in the late game. Even more because you're saving pop space. Now you think about your pick for a few seconds before picking Khitans. Super uncomfortable to play with snow terrain? Yeah, there have been lots of no snow mods. I need one of those IRL though. Maybe the answer is just move to Florida at some point. Move somewhere warm. Embracer doesn't really need to beat hand cannoneers. I think the Kipchaks still do fine. I mean, Kumans could also go Siege Onager. That's a thing. Without Siege Engineers, cannons less useful at countering them for Burgundians. I'll have to see. Spam noise before they get to that point. Yes. Oh, wait, I'm getting some capture age debug. Okay, capture age, graphics. Is there like the minimize AoE2 thing in the background? Is there a setting for that? Like keep AoE2 minimized? Is a slider in the graphics settings? Oh. If I turn that down, it uses less VRAM apparently. Don't pause, don't pause. So I'm debugging at the same time. This is what's nice. We can do live debugging with capture age to figure out why I crashed the other day. Okay, so it will be a tower rush from Yo, a tower rush from the Kumans. This is normal DE arena, 1080 HP for the walls. He can mine the gold, eat the chickens, fight the bear, and mine the stone in the middle if he wants to. The auto-minimize option has been removed for stability reasons. You can still safely minimize the game by hand to save on system resources. Ah, okay. I was looking for the auto-minimize thing. It's not there. But that would explain it. How do I minimize the game by hand, then? I would have to... What, do like Windows D to go to my desktop? I'll need to experiment with that. So Tower Rush is there, and now Barles will go for the circle wall behind the Tower Rush defense, but luckily for Yo, he will build his tower right by the stone of Barles, and I will force Barles maybe to react by mining the stone and going for some type of defensive tower. The Tower Rush against the Burgundians, when they want to stay Dark Age a bit longer, can be effective, but also if the Burgundians get stuck in feudal, they will have access to their Castle Age eco upgrades. So kind of a double-edged sword of pluses and minuses when trushing them. So 2TC Tower Rush, I see this a lot on Hideout. This is how TaToH would play the Cumans on Hideout. And it can be really effective because it forces you to react to the tower. So if you want to do some type of Castle Age pressure to the Cumans player, it takes you longer to get into that while you're reacting to the tower. And Salt Official, thank you for the follow. Kipchaks look cool. I've seen Kipchaks do really well. I think it's all an it depends situation. So the palisade wall there for Barles. Yep, if you do a tower between two houses, you can tower hop to the opposite side. So that is Barles' attempt to stop the tower hop. Otherwise, Vils could have hopped in. Just ignore the tower and go forward anyway. You can do that. You definitely can. I always do worry about going forward against the Cumans, though, that the Cuman player can scout it, and then they just grab a whole bunch of Vils, and they Vil fight you. And all of a sudden, you've spent 5 Vils worth of TC time going to the Castle Age, and you're taking a Vil fight against a player who's prepared for a Vil fight. So forwards are risky. They're good if you pull them off properly, but also kind of risky. Should have built a market for us. Could have built the market as part of the wall. Now the Vils are in. The Vils are in. And Barles has no stone. Yo can just keep crushing. So Yo's 3 on stone at home. Needs more stone for the next tower. Why are Cuman's a good save to tower rush with? Because you have 2 TCs and because you have more villagers behind it. So right now, because Barles went to the Castle Age, he has to immediately react with a workshop and even a monastery. And once he gets the siege up, he can clear the towers. But that is a workshop he's investing in instead of a second or instead of a third TC. So he's going to make 2 TCs, 1 and then 1 extra, but he's not going to be able to plop down the third TC because he has to spend all that wood on the workshop and the mangonels. And now, in response to this, usually when I see TaToH do this, he will do a stable in response and then have scouts to pick off monks, and that way Barles won't have the free relic access. And there still is a scout out for Yo, and it is a faster moving scout. Cuman scouts move faster, so extra effective at picking off monks. And Yo's goal here is just to keep booming while denying the relics. And yes, his towers inevitably will go down to the mangonels, but that's a long and slow process. And Yo can just keep being annoying until that happens. Streams are the best. Good alternative to watching T90 and losing. Well, Tippity, you can be nice to people, please. Okay, Mangonel hits the Vils. And gets 3 Vils. So nice usage of the Mangonels there, even with Loom. Vils will have to run back to the other tower. You're being a bit aggressive with the Vils, even in the presence of the Mangonel, and they will go down. Also lost stone. How did he lose stone? He was mining stone earlier. Not sure where he spent the stone. Did he sell at the market? Where did Barles spend his stone? Did he stone wall? Oh, I thought I saw him even mining stone. Tower goes down, and Mangonel is still coming forward. They'll have Castle Age on the way for Yo. Up right. Oh, he made a gate. There we go. He made a gate. He long distance mined 10 stones. That's 30 on the gate. Gotcha. There we go. I was looking for a tower or something. So it's Castle Age on the way for Yo. And now the question becomes, can these monks pick up relics? A spear out to defend. Still 1 scout from Yo. And I don't see a stable follow-up. So stable... Oh, there you go. I do see a stable follow-up, and he is making scouts now. Waited until clicking castle for the scouts, and he has a second stable now. If you can get double stable scout production on the way up, you can probably do a great job at denying monks, and even doing the Feudal Age Siege Workshop. And even if he doesn't use it for rams, might just make mangonels on his way up, we'll have the timing advantage. Oop, and I'm dropping some frames. Hopefully that gets resolved quickly. Hopefully it was just a brief drop. Might need to refresh if you're on Twitch. And so, university walls, that's a dangerous spot to get your education. 2 mangonels might even do splash damage to it. I keep getting more and more Discord DMs. I'll have to alt-tab and deal with them. I don't want to alt-tab. I'm in the middle of a game. Yeah, res collected. Remember, you do have 4 or 5 fills forward for the tower rush as the crewman, so you're not getting as huge of an eco lead if you're just pure booming, but you're trading that off for harassing your enemy. And 1 relic in for Barles, but it was the closest and easiest for him. And now the rest of the relics are something Yo's going to look to pick up with the forward monastery, and he has enough scouts out that he's going to try to hit the monks, and also he's been mining stone, so he will go for a forward castle and Kipchaks. And with the scouts, should have a good spot to create the castle. Light cav will be on the way. Do they have husbandry, or is that just the bonus? No husbandry. They get their faster moving bonus for free. They're even saving on the light cav. Maybe I'll be at this zoom level. Forward market, forward monastery, forward workshop from Yo, forward university from Barles. Everyone doing their buildings forward. Mangonel coming out will chase down the other 2 mangonels. Is he getting a university just as a wall? Isn't that expensive? No, he's getting it also as a university. Has he done any university techs? I don't know what he wants from it. Maybe ballistics? Maybe he just wants it for the future. Town center on the way. That could have just been a market wall that would have been slightly cheaper for the same footprint. Nice. Ooh, mangonel shot from Yo. Barles will lose 2 mangonels for 1. It's a good micro from Yo there. Barles not quite paying attention. He'll be going for another relic, but Yo will be aware of that, and he'll have a lot of light cav. You have up to 7 light cav now, all hoovering around. Trying to heal them up, but he needs to be aware of this and stop the relic. So forward castle on Barles' face. Now, if you are the crewmans, you do have the option of going for a fast imp after your eco build-up. And you need to get the timing right on it. We have all those forward vills that can take the chickens or mine the gold. And that's what gets you up to imp, gold and food. Just have to be careful not to keep too many vills on stone if you're not going to go for another castle right away. Looks bad for Barles. See, spears going down to the scouts. They did pick the other relic. He hasn't gotten any relics, so great job from Yo. Or he's only gotten 1 relic. So great job from Yo getting that scout transition at the right time. And we'll see if this is just imp on the way for Yo. He is getting a forward battering ram. And researching cap ram. Okay, if he's doing cap ram, that means this is a castle age push, and he's not going to go imp right away. And he's on stone, so this is going to be a second castle on the push, and not going to be imp for trebs. It's just going to be a ram push. Just wants to, I mean, you're not going to get a proper education this far forward. Thank you also everyone for the follows. Funky Galvin Tula and earlier Lenuriel. Monk Swamp conversions on those light cav. Kipchak comes out. Or else going imp is bad if Yo is going full castle. Let's see if Yo can make this push. What Barles would want is then imp and then bombard cannons to defend. Maybe his own castle at some point. But going imp while Yo is full castle doesn't mean Barles can risk his castle being a bit more forward. If Barles were to go imp himself, his castle would have to be really far in the back so it doesn't get trebbed. Hello, Boomer. At this point, mangonels would be nice for Barles to defend the ram push. Galvantula. It's a Pokemon. I don't know my Pokemon. I only know the first gen Pokemon that were in Pokemon Go when it first was released in 2016. And I played that for like a month. Mangonel taking the TC. Remember there was like there were the arenas that looked like Geodudes? That was a thing, like, for the early T90 and Dave casts. So Mangonel will hit Vils as the ram push continues. Imp is in. Castle forward for Barles. That will be on the gold. Is there another gold here? Where's the other gold for Barles? Gold in the back, but he's mined a lot of that. So only 700 gold left there. Not much. Light Cav and Kipchaks come pouring in. Light Cav raid will pick off a couple of monks if they don't... Oh, they do get into the TC. But with the castle and 2 TCs, hard to get a good raid here. This is now Barles has to go Trebs, and the ram push continues, and now Yo needs a way to snipe off Trebs. If Barles can get the Trebs and take out the castle, maybe he still can survive. But even if he does, he's down so far in eco, and Yo's going to be up to Imp soon. Yeah, Hidden Cup had the Pokeball map, but I know what a Pokeball is at least. that would be rather strange culturally these days if you found someone who had never seen a Pokeball. Maybe there are. Maybe there are. People like that. So Imp on the way for Yo. Treb going for the castle. Kipchak's on the way out. Maybe the Kipchaks will come forward. Goes ahead and upgrades army, map control, eco, and is getting Imp. But we will have chemistry on the way for Barles, and he's trebing down the castle. And if the castle goes down, Barles regains gold, and then maybe he can work with something. But is definitely in a tricky spot. He would much prefer in this situation at least to have a Vil lead, but that's not what happens to the Kumans. I feel like Yo played the Kumans just about perfectly. Thank you, Omega Trippo, for the follow. Why not dive with Cav? So here, Barles he recognizes he's in a good spot, and he doesn't want to dive on his way up to Imp before he can then get his own Trebs. And he's gonna hope he could get, even just from this castle, maybe 2 or 3 Trebs, pressure this castle, and then take the castle out before he has to dive. Right now he sees Barles, even with this castle being lost, he can still use the Kipchaks to control this gold. He can still use Kipchaks and Mangonels on the gold pile. And it's going to be really hard for Barles to take that. The castle there doesn't really matter because Barles still can't come forward and engage the army. And there isn't going to be space for Barles to hit this castle. Stop mixing up Barles and Yo. I feel like Barles is the player who's going to be like the aggressive arena pusher, and my mind is just like, oh, this is Barles who's pushing, but no, it's Yo who's doing the clowny thing, and Barles who's defending. So sometimes you just look at players and they do the opposite playstyle of what you'd expect, and then my mind mixes up their names. Mangonels go down. I just gotta call them blue and red and hope I don't mix that up. Is filter coffee filter blue coffee? Blue coffee, the FFA player. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a Regicide Rumble soon, so I guess we'll be casting that too. That'll be fun. Purple's push, there's no... Okay, I guess there is a purple, but purple was originally Barles. And he's not pushing, he is dying. So there goes the Treb. Is that a Bombard Cannon out to defend? Yes, 1 Bombard Cannon will take the Trebs out. And Yo committing the sin of trickle trebbing. He will have Cavaliers soon. So full skirm defense from Barles. Gotta love skirms. And now he's trying to reclaim that gold with the skirms. So now that he's got some skirms out, can keep the Kipchaks away from the gold and mine it safely. So that's gonna give him a bit more control over his base. But he's still down to a Kuman player who now has 4 relics and a huge res collected advantage. So it's gonna have to be hoping that the Burgundians just have a better unit composition. And I don't think they obviously do over the Kumans. So Cavalier done. Paladin incoming. Don't know if Yo has the resources for Paladin. I think it's just going to be Cavaliers and push. And he's going to try to take one big fight here. Cavaliers in light cav in front. Kipchaks in the back. Trebuchets deploying. That bombard cannon has to try to work on the Trebs. He loses the castle. But as the castle goes down, he's taking the fight. And is Barles winning this fight? I think he is. He has the halbs. He has the skirms. He's defending. That was a big investment from Yo, and Yo's going to lose that fight. Doesn't pick off the cannon. And well done from Barles to hold that fight. Still has a huge eco disadvantage. No map control, but he has control of his base again. And he's pushed this back, taking out a lot of the Kipchak production from having destroyed 2 castles. And there is Paladin. Paladin in Blast Furnace. So maybe Yo just goes Paladin at this point and tries to overwhelm Barles, but Barles adding in the halbs. Halbs in time, and he can wall up and secure the stone in his base, slowly but surely grabbing more resources. Yo is not really mining the forward gold there. Mining the stone, but not the gold. So still some resources for Barles to reclaim. Halbs with 0 upgrades, Halbs OP. Trash units OP. Why is trickle trebbing bad? Because you lose your trebs one at a time. So trebs, it takes you 6 fills to repair the first, to out-repair the damage done by 1 treb. And then 7 for every subsequent treb. So when you only have 1 treb forward, you can repair the castle, and yeah, you're spending stone, but you're never really threatening that the castle gets destroyed. And you're just kind of exposing your trebuchet to being picked off by the bombard cannon, and we saw that early on in Yo's push where he lost one of his trebs. Whereas if you amass, around 3 plus trebs, that's the point where it gets really hard to repair a castle. So you go forward when you have 3 plus trebs, you maybe even wait for 4 plus, and then you go for the castle, and then it becomes much harder to defend. You're making a sudden one-time push to try to take out the castle with your timing. Is the repairing vill linear? Yes, only the first vill repairs twice as much as all subsequent vills. And that changes, of course, when hills come into the equation, or siege engineers, or some of the new civs with repair bonuses like Romans or Georgians. But the contribution of each repair vill is the same. So here come the Paladins, but also a lot of halbs out. Halbs starting to get their armor in. Kuman Paladins are speedy, they are fully upgraded. Guilds is coming in for Yo. And the Paladins will be numerous enough to take out the halbs. And is Barles going to open the gate with his skirms? He is going to open the gate, and that's going to let the Paladins run in and maybe get to the siege? But lots of barracks added in now for Barles as he adds in more halbs. And that cannon will go down. Now poking the Paladins. Paladin number is still kind of dwindling a bit. I ran him through the gate. Kipchaks will be taking out a gate as a ram and treb push comes in on the right. Iron casting on the way for Barles, still trying to upgrade his halbs. Kipchaks on their way in, but enough skirms maybe he can defend from this. But skirm halb will not be as strong as Kipchak Paladin. Maybe it doesn't cost gold, but it won't have the same strength. And here's another Paladin push. And now, where are the trebs? Still 2 trebs out. Yo wants to maybe get a couple more trebs and then push the castle. I feel like Steppe Lancers would have been better here versus halb skirm. I think Paladins do the job anyway. So Yo managing to win arena with the Kumans. I think played that about as perfectly as he could have with a tower rush boom into scouts for map control, forward castle approach. Barles did a good job to defend, but even with the Burgundians didn't have the same eco to match the Kumans. So 151 kills for Yo, and 58k res collected. And kind of equal in resources, but you just see the effectiveness of that Kuman economy, and how that tower rush forced the early mangonel defense from Barles, and never really gave Barles a chance to do an immediate 3 TC boom. I don't know what the right approach is for Burgundians there. Maybe it's just fast castle, ignore the castle drop, do a castle forward and try to push. I don't know. I still think Cumans, especially with the lower HP on these walls, are in the feudal age, are one of the trickiest civs to play against on arena. I feel like if you play them perfectly and always react to what your opponent does, you're always in a good spot. So thank you, Samo22 for the follow. And we'll tab out and update the scoreboard and maybe look at Wikipedia. Then I'll alt-tab and look at my capture age debugging messages. Yo, winning on Arena must be happy. Must be very happy indeed. Must be happy just to have played Arena. I know I'm happy to play Arena. Maybe Yo isn't, though. Maybe Yo would have liked more Nomad. So, let's get that. Yo lost... Oh, no, he won Crater, and then Barles lost Arena. And did I get the civs checked off? I didn't. One with Georgians over Koreans, and one with Cumans over Burgundians. Let me check out maybe Wikipedia, and thank you, Massive Salvo, to follow. Let's check out the Wikipedia and see if the group standings are updated. They are not, but we can look at them nevertheless. We can imagine the updates ourselves. So that will be interesting, because now MBL won 2-1 over Yo. Yo won 2-1 over Barles, and Barles and MBL have not yet played. Barles won 3-0 over Jordan, MBL 2-1 over Jordan. So we could have that, like, the three-way 2-1 setup if Barles wins 2-1 over MBL, where then their results against Jordan determine the tiebreaker. No enemy unit kills in campaigns is bonkers. It was a fun challenge. I need to do more of it someday. Do some of the new campaigns. Freaking Kushluck. Alright, let me alt-tab and look at my capture age messages. Okay, I'm being told to reduce my capture age VRAM usage in the settings. So I will do that. Okay, so what is the next set we're going to have? The next set will be Sebastian versus dogao. This also will be live, so let me update my titles everywhere. Thank you very much for watching, and I will do the good old waiting for drafts transition. Boom. This will be Sebastian dogao. Remember, dogao spells his name with a little d. And this will be in Group B. And update my titles here. Sebastian versus dogao on Twitch. Update that title. Go to YouTube. Update the title there. Boom. We had over 800 people watching that set, so thank you all very much for watching. What is my favorite campaign? I don't really have a favorite campaign. I have lots of individual scenarios that I like. Like the Lion and the Demon, I think, is my overall favorite scenario. Let's go Big Dog. We have some dogao fans. This is the Leary group, where Leary is 5-1 in his games and 2-0 in his sets so far. So likely to be first there, but Nikov, dogao, Sebastian still fighting. Sebastian having lost to Leary and dogao to Nikov so far. Okay, I'll decrease my capture age VRAM usage and see if that helps. And Tony Vu and DeWine, thank you for the follows. I'll just keep my eye on the Discord and see when they have the drafts out. That'll probably be a minute or so. Was dogao ever on Tyrant? No, he was not. He was, however, on RVK, and did play with Viper and Jordan back in the early days. That was, what, the WCL 7 tournament. My favorite clan fact, though, is, like, well before Viper was ever a player, is there was a clan called the Viper Clan, and TaToH was a part of it. So TaToH has... You can look at old Voobly games from TaToH, and he has the profile name Viper TaToH, where Viper is the clan tag. So yes, TaToH has played as Viper TaToH. I'll have to go back and maybe cast some of those classic WCL 7 games. Years ago, I did cast the Viper Tim. Maybe I should revisit that again someday. Am I going to cast more Heaven and Hell? The Wolf map was hilarious. Yes, I will. Yes, I will cast that. I think I'll prioritize Medieval Masters for now, and I think Heaven and Hell lasts a bit longer than that tournament. So as that tournament goes to the later stages, I'll be casting more of it. And again, shout out to Mario for hosting this. Especially if you speak Spanish, go check out his stream. He has a huge YouTube following. How's this the first time you've heard about Viper TaToH? I'll need to, just for the fun of it, go back and find a classic Viper TaToH game and cast. So many windows to alt-tab between. Oh, I see someone's typing in the Discord. Are we going to get the drafts? Are we going to get the drafts? Hope we do. I like a good Civ and map draft. This is live. Maybe I just open up AoE 2CM and grab them myself. I see Heart and Kapach. Oh, and TaToH versus Sitaux will be the third set. I don't see if that's live or Rex. If Sitaux's still in the chat, can you tell us, are you playing TaToH live at 18 GMT, or are those going to be Rex? Sitaux can give us the insights. Is Heart Kapach today? Let me see. What was edited? Nope. That is Sitaux TaToH is the third set today. Sebastian dogao drafts. All right, copy these into my overlay. With a spectator on the Civ draft. Make sure also that I have the sides right. Sebastian on the left, lovely. And there we go. Oh, I didn't copy the map draft over. Sorry about that. Didn't paste it properly. There we go. Drafts for both. They'll add them in. Viper and TaToH are two halves of a legendary ancient perfect being. This is Medieval Masters. I can paste the Wikipedia and be my own bot in the chat. Sitaux TaToH grudge match after the Warlord's Twitter drama? Was there Twitter drama? TaToH wasn't involved in any of that, was he? How does drafting work? They each take turns banning maps, then civs? Pretty much. Thank you, Anthony, for the follow. Every draft is going to be different for different tournaments. It's all done from the Captain's Mode website, which has a lovely browser source that I can add to the overlay. And you'll see in this time, first they ban maps, and eventually they're going to pick some home maps, and the map that's left over will be map 1. Gally, I posted the Wikipedia link in the chat a bit above. It is hosted by Mario. You can click the link in the stream title, I guess, if you want to go and follow Mario. But I think he streams mostly on YouTube, not on Twitch. And TaToH's not the type of person who would get involved in Twitter drama. Yeah, so here they each ban a map, and then they pick a map. So thankfully, Sebastian banning Fortress, so we don't have to have a 2-hour game. And Nomad and Land Madness as our first 2 maps. And Northern Isles, Crater Enclosed, Atacama, Fortress all banned. And hello, Drool on YouTube. The song brings nostalgia. Well, hopefully y'all enjoy the background music. You just lost a Ville to a penguin. Oh boy. Yeah, the patch also added wild penguins. We can have penguins that don't attack. Socotra banned, and then Arabia for game number 1. Yeah, exactly. Yo might still have to win 3-0 over Jordan if Barles beats MBL. Jordan could beat Yo and completely flip the group around. One MBL or Jordan. MBL won 2-1 over Jordan. So it wasn't a sweep, and that could matter for the group standings. I'll have to check the Twitch API and see if there's a way I can put sub points on the UI in addition to just subs. We're very close to 400 sub points. We're at 387. I mean, it might be a more accurate number to have that there. Or see if I can access the Partner Plus points too. So that's a good number. Grinding the streams. Well, we've getting a lot of good viewerships this past week, so I've been trying to continue them. And hello, Maxos, how you doing? ACCM is the chef with his strategies. And Chabs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Twitch stream. Land Madness, Arabia, and Nomad. No clown incoming. Oh yeah, sadly no clown incoming. You could have Arena and Fortress in the closed maps. Something like Arena, Fortress, and Socotra for the ultimate clown experience. That's you, that is you. Hello. I'm glad that the YouTube chat's kind of active too. I'm enjoying having like 2 chats to read. Those bans passed or just hidden? So the Civ bans work by each player has their own set of 5 bans. And they are revealed at the end after they all do their banning. YouTube, yes, YouTube can see the Twitch chat. Isn't there one thing that lets you see both chats in one? I'm sure that is definitely a thing, but I would need to update my overlay to do that. Or update my OBS so I can read them in one spot. I'm sure that it's possible. Twitch technically doesn't allow it, but that's more just from everything I've heard, that's just in their rules. To be in their rules, and they don't enforce anything about that. And Twitch is definitely the more active chat, though, so that's the one that needs to be there. Long story short, I just haven't had the time. I need to finish paying everyone for cartographers. The people over on YouTube are pretty cool. That they are. Multi-chat, you definitely watch on YouTube. I can't, like, I don't think I can really combine the chats, like use a bot to insert stuff into the Twitch chat. I think that would be kind of weird. But if I had them both on the screen, I think that would be an improvement to the chatting. Oh, tagging MT Explorer on YouTube. Look at that. A while ago, I did try to set up a plugin through Restream to do it, but maybe I need to actually use Restream to stream for that to work. And it didn't pick up the YouTube chat ever. All they did was tag you with an 11. Jim Cullen. Hello, Red Cliffy with the Teutonic Knights. Gajaras, was that never picked in Carto? Kind of a weird 2v2 map, I guess, with maybe options to sling your teammate sheep. Probably some use for them on African Clearing. You found the 2011 thread where Viper beat Doubt? Yeah. Good times, good times. I think Viper's final loss before his dynasty began was that 2012 Arabia tournament against him. And after that, Viper won pretty much everything for 10, 11 years. Until Hera finally broke through. So I think Hera has a long ways to go before he gets even close to the Viper dynasty. Is Viper GOAT or Hera GOAT? I vote Doubt. I vote Doubt. Who invented quick walling? It was a lot of people over the years. Viper probably was the one who took it to another level. But there's been lots of quick walling slowly brought over the years as lag improved. And Jay Thrutch, thank you for the follow. Lewis era equal Viper plus Hera. Lewis has been grinding. Slam has the claim to quick gates. The slam gates were definitely the thing. Where you couldn't rotate the gates until that was a user patch feature. And actually you couldn't rotate gates until, what was that, 2017 or so that was added? But you would put down 2 palisade foundations and then use them to orient the gate and place the gate. That's what Slam did. Slam has the quick gate. He added the gates before they could be rotated. And okay, drafts are done. We'll have Maya picked even after Hindustanis. And Twinkle Toes, thank you for the follow. You know what I could do? I can maybe take that alert and move it down slightly so it's... not as covering the scoreboard. Alright, someone needs to follow again so I can check the updated location. Slam rotating gates before devs added it. Sounds like he should look into pathing now. Imagine if Slam were the one looking into the pathing instead of Nilly. Yeah, Sebastian beat Leary with Maya versus Hindustanis last time. Next time, ooh, predicting the future. But yeah, he did. And I mean, you get to the elite plumes, and I think the Hindustanis actually struggle at that point in late imp against the elite plumes. It's more the Castle Age Gulams that the Maya really struggle against. Now picking Britons, Teutons, Franks, or Vietnamese. None of those are really strong 1v1 saves, other than maybe Vietnamese. I mean, Vietnamese is there for dogao. For Britons, Teutons, Franks, you'll probably see them in team games, but much less in 1v1s. Franks had a period where a lot of people picked them on the ladder in DE, but I never thought they were ever particularly that good as a 1v1 civ. You have nightmares about Gulams raiding your eco. I have nightmares about Obsidian Arrows still. Alright, so we're done with the draft. I'm just going to play an ad on Twitch to reset the pre-roll timer. So apologies if you have to sit through an ad, but you can always look at YouTube if you want to avoid them. This is just to make sure we don't get ads during the games, which are the more important parts. I think everyone struggles against elite plumes and imps. I've lost games as Biz going 100 skirms against 100 plumes. If I like this more than the games, then you can watch the draft on YouTube then. I have the non-ad option. That's why I appreciate all the subs and support we've been getting recently, because it helps reasonably run the stream while I can attempt to minimize the ads. Like, you can't tell if I responded to you now, but in the games, that's not an issue. So you're telling me I should run the ads during late imp every game when there's so much going on, I'm least reading the chat? That's true. It's always awkward when, like, you try to respond to people, and then they don't hear you. What were we talking about? Oh, you'll never know. Going from 900 to 1300 just playing Britons. That is a nice elo jump. And what group is this? Is group... Did I change the group? Yeah, your group group B. Right, let me change that in Capture Age 2. Group B. I think we're all set for the players to launch whenever they're ready. And zoom out, thank you for gifting a sub to MT Explorer. Getting us one sub closer to our 400 sub point goal. Mr. Shelby, yo, 1 2 to 1. I can definitely tell that the streams are better when I have coffee to drink during them. I definitely feel more awake and lively during them. Oh yes, the alert is in a good spot. Thank you, La Grusa Balucha, for the follow. Someone will have to tell me what that means. Okay, still in that lobby. Sitting in the lobby for a long time. Current elos on the 1v1 ladder. Don't know how indicative this is, but 27.94 for Sebastian and 25.29 for dogao. I have to be careful, because sometimes coffee gives me migraines, so it's just one coffee. ADHD, do we like that? It's more of a, like, staying awake thing than a concentration thing. Thank you, Daru21 for the follow, and Tyrav for the follow. Stuck in an 1100 team game and need some normal humans to play with. Oh, and Radu, you're a Daru. Oh, yeah, you got the letters swapped around. Thanks for streaming. Well, thanks for watching and following. And they're still in that lobby. They're really milking all they can out of the lobby simulator. Need to even run another ad before they start. And Alpha Predator, thank you for the follow. You'll see yourself out. You'll see yourself zooming out. You gotta up the quality of the jokes. Wait, how can I say caught the way I say coffee has you curious? That is not a phrase I have ever said before. That's supposed to be like cotangent caught? Or like a fish? Or is that a typo? Is that supposed to be a cod? Hello, Specific God. I am doing quite fine. Hope you're doing fine as well. With your Arcane Season 2 premiere badge. $1,300 elo on solo RM greater than 1,300 on team. They're not really comparable. Your team elo is always going to depend on the elos of the players with whom you team. So 1,300 team game elo could be hugely different depending on how you get there. It's a linguistics thing. Explain the linguistics. As we're waiting to get started. Some American accents exhibit what linguists call the cot-caught merger, where the vowels in cot and caught are the same. When I hear cot, I think of those small foldable beds. I think of cottage. I'm from Jersey. The word I can't say is water. I have to really slow down and attempt to say it properly. After Sebastian dogao, that is TaToH Sitaux. Twitch is giving me a cooldown, so I can't play a 30-second ad while we're still sitting in the lobby. Oh, we've launched. We have launched. Yes. Twitch, let me play my 30-second ad to reset this counter, please. Don't gray the options out for me. Okay, I guess we'll just have to live with it. Can I click the button? I can, yes, before they gray it out. See if that worked. Okay, it did. Good. There he is, 1.5k team elo, and he grinded. He played 6 games to grind that. Yeah, that's the thing. There's no good way to do team game. Only players in the matchmaking. Maybe there could be improvements, but I think you could say the same thing about the overall elo system. So here we go, just about getting ready. And welcome to our next set. We will have Wonders Sebastian against Fellowship dogao. Fellowship dogao is, the Fellowship clan is wonderful. I met a bunch of them traveled to NAC when dogao was there. They gave me a t-shirt, which was quite nice. Dogao handed me the shirt, and it allowed me to delay doing my laundry by 1 day, because I needed one more shirt. Oh, muted? Wait, well, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. He's scaring me, zoom out. You're scaring me. Muted? It says I'm muted on YouTube? Really? In OBS, I have sound. Wait. Is someone messing with me? Can someone tell me in the chat that I'm not muted? Because OBS is showing that I have sound. You can hear me. Okay. Not muted on YouTube. Everyone else hears me. Zoom out is muted. It is you, zoom out. Anyway, we will have Sebastian as the Chimera. This will be a deer version of Arabia. If you consider a gazelle as a deer, which I do, same way I consider an elephant as a boar. And Sebastian will be going for the deer and elephant push lore combo very early on before doing a lumber camp. As the Chimera, you don't need that lumber camp in the Dark Age. You can even afford 2 more houses before adding it in. So, quick start as Sebastian. Unexpected error in application. Okay, Capture Age. X that out. Hopefully that's not because I decreased the VRAM usage. We're just gonna hope that error message doesn't mean anything. Did you see that on... Did OBS pick that up? Did you guys see that error message? Hopefully the capture picked that up. Yeah, it did. Okay. So, oh, look at that. Look at that goat usage from dogao to get the elephant in exactly the spot he wants it while shooting with 1 vil. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. And garrisons the vil. That's just so he can take this one elephant without having this one walk back. Okay, well, has to garrison and ungarrison, so you lose some idle time there. This is he wants to maybe, I don't know, prevent being lamed. It's not like Sebastian's forward. Sebastian's pushing deer. He's just toying around with the elephant under his TC. There he goes. 1 vil shooting it just about as this other one runs out. Doesn't want 2 animals decaying. The map on Wikipedia, you think New Jersey accents do feature the caught merger. If I'm reading each of them like next to each other, then I clearly will pronounce them differently. But I don't know if I'm just like casually reading them. If they would be separate, I can definitely understand how that is a merger. dogao needs. I'll need to maybe do a breakdown on that. That was amazing. I don't know how much vil time he actually saved there because he was garrisoning and ungarrisoning. You saved some rot though. So forward scout now from Sebastian. You could have just lured the elephant later. That probably would have been more ideal. That's a great YouTube short waiting. That's a great breakdown video. I don't know what to do for shorts. I feel like gameplay highlights as shorts might not be the right thing for my channel. I'd rather do actually like properly edited shorts. I'm not sure what to do there. Maybe I just take the YouTube videos I have like over the years and I make really short versions of them as shorts. Now that they're based, like the algorithms kind of stopped sharing them years later, right? So I can make them as shorts. And then get those shared. Maybe even split them into separate parts as shorts. Be creative. Recycle, but recycle by editing again. Like recycle ideas more than videos. Any special features? It is, maybe the special feature is that it's using DE's map scripts instead of custom map scripts. So these scripts are viable to break. Oh, wait, what the heck? Oh gosh, that's the application error from Capture Age. Oh gosh, the tree isn't appearing. Oh gosh. Oh, let me alt tab. I gotta say this to Nova. Okay, I decreased that slider, but now I received an application error. CA kept running, but I don't have failed tree graphics. Likely because they are in a mod that I'm using. Okay, live time submitting a bug report. There we go. You got it. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that there, I guess. I'll risk the capture. I'll unset the capture age slider that I had set before the game then, and set it back to the potential crashing level. There's a bird. He's getting stuck. This is just two birds maybe stuck on each other. One bird stuck. This is just one bird stuck. Look at him go. Forward and backwards. This happens thanks to E. I should maybe get a bird emote for when the birds get stuck. Yeah, that bird's getting stuck too. I'm zoomed out. I can barely tell. Well, we'll probably tell if there are lots of trees that are... Now we can definitely tell, right? I can't click them at all. Yeah, I got nothing on capture age to click on. They're just invisible. I can't check wood to see how close they are to overchopping. Alright, anyways, yeah, we'll hopefully fix that between the games. So scouts are chasing each other. Chat, you have a job to remind me between the games to reset the slider I just set. Nice Khmer farms from Sebastian. Walled in at the top. They've all been that bird at one point. I'll reset the slider after the game. So, Scouts opening from Sebastian, Scouts opening from dogao 2, dogao coming with the forward spear. Downside of skipping the barracks as the Khmer's, you won't have those spears. And Sebastian's scouts will be hoovering around as the spears come to chase them. New birds do have a Z. Oh gosh, more application errors. Unknown. What is going on? Close the errors. Okay, can I mid-game swap this setting around? Hold on, graphics reset. Hopefully that stops the errors. I don't think it'll... Oh wait, that did stop the errors. The trees are back. Okay, so changing the slider makes the trees disappear. No changing the slider. You saw those ones too. Capture age. How do birds work? So units have an offset where their graphics can appear above the ground, and that's how they work. I think the X-Wings and ships in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds work the same way, and they just don't have a collision side, so they don't collide with anything. Maybe we can do a deep dive into birds. I have a YouTube video about birds and how their death animations are explosions, and how they're used in custom scenarios to make explosions. But I never actually looked at the Z-axis for their graphics. That could be a fun thing. You can add Stormy the Dog to the video too. Hunt birds for food. In AoE 1 in Rise of Rome, in the very first patch, in later patches they fixed it, but you could actually hunt the birds with the villagers. It didn't do anything, but you could hunt them with spears and they would explode. Or by throwing spears at them. Hey, Galactic Battlegrounds DE. They don't have the license for that. I've heard that Forgotten Empire has reached out to try to get a license for that at some time, but were denied by Disney. It was going to have to be a mod. It'd be an amazing mod to actually update the graphics. Because I feel that's the one thing more than anything that holds back Galactic Battlegrounds, the graphics. Though there are some amazing graphics, but they're so low resolution they did not age well. One tree blocking that background passage. So just a walling and scouts play, nothing out of the ordinary here. I know it would basically be free money. Hero tree. Well, no tree blocking this wall. The scouts will get in, and they will be able to jump that villager. And she won't be able to run. Just have to counter a knife, get a couple doinks on the scouts. Now dogao will have to wall in his wood lines. Just as he was going for another lumber camp, this does make it annoying to wall. As the first kill of the game, that villager. That poor villager, dogao didn't have his scouts in position to protect the wall. And we'll remain unwalled over there. Was going for kind of a wall towards the edge of the map, maybe. Hasn't scouted that wood line or that gold, but if he does wall to that wood line, he would have the gold safe. By Battlegrounds DE the second they announced it. There's also the Expanding Fronts mod, where they add some of the sequel stuff to it. And just tapping each foundation is dogao to make sure they all have some HP and the scouts won't get in. And he'll finish that wall up now. At the front, he will just be attacking the stable, as Sebastian has managed to wall his base fully. Sebastian adding in 2 ranges, and with some archers. Looks like he will go archer into potential crossbow, potential cav archers. Where cav archers definitely are a thing we see from time to time. You want Battle for Middle Earth 2 DE? So 10 scouts to 7 scouts. Sebastian, ooh, the dogao scouts all grouped up there. Didn't realize he had so many. So he'll definitely look to go light cav. Remember, Hindustani scouts do have that attack bonus against buildings. Stable will go down rather quickly. These become light cav. If he does forging and blast furnace, suddenly he could break through the stable rather easily. I always have to stay on guard for your Hindustani scouts. Make sure that you have houses behind your palisades, because those scouts into light cav break through really fast. And you're not going to be able to react with vills in time if it's just a palisade for the most part. So there's castle, and archer, crossbow. So this might just be crossbow play then, if he doesn't go cav archers. Only 2 ranges, so maybe that just indicates crossbow. No archers for dogao, so we won't see skirms. Just a couple of spears going down. Scouts will pick off an archer there. Still a minute away from castle is dogao. And he probably would love to wait for castle, do light cav before fighting. Maybe even an attack or armor upgrade, but he is doing fletching, so why is he doing fletching? He has a range, he has some skirms in the range. But at this point also would need to hold for elite skirm, loses a vill on the farm. And we'll just have to avoid the farms lest he want more fertilizer. And now Hindustani scouts could attack the gate maybe, that's a weak spot to break in. But still probably want to wait for upgrades. dogao doing all the skirmisher line upgrades. It looks like he might even prioritize skirmishers. So with the crossbows here, these scouts will be better able to break through the stable. We'll see if light cav comes in or if the stable goes down first. So light cav, elite skirm on the way. Bodkin not in yet. Ballistics even for Sebastian. Really focusing those crossbows early on. And ooh, that stable close to going down. Crossbows focusing the skirms. Light cav, will that come in? It's going to be close, and it does finish, but the stable will go down. Stable will go down, and this army will hoover its way on in. Elite skirm finished, Bodkin on the way. Light cav going to try to jump the crossbows or fight the light cav. Light cav so far in that dogao has to respect that and can't just go for the crossbows. But crossbow skirm against crossbow light cav against skirm light cav. Crossbows picking off the skirms before Bodkin. Bloodlines on the way for Sebastian. That has been in for dogao already. We want bloodlines before fighting. No armor for Sebastian. And he's still being aggressive with more crossbows on the way. Wants to try to keep the light cav alive to fight the elite skirms. Not that many skirms for dogao. Sebastian can push through the skirm numbers. He can be in a decent spot. Especially since there's no vill out by those farms in the mill to wall. If he gets into the back of the base with the crossbows, that's going to be a lot of dead vills. And as dogao, and he realizes Sebastian's going to win that fight. He has ballistics. And especially with ballistics, once he finishes off those skirms, gets the crossbows over here, that wood line he won't be able to secure. This wood line he won't be able to secure. And the aggression in early castle from Sebastian will lead to the GG. The fast ballistics helped do it. dogao was doing all the upgrades he could for the skirmishers, but not enough. And Sebastian takes game number 1. Great timing on the crossbow push. faster transition to the castle age. The couple of extra scouts dogao added in, maybe put them behind. And you can see military, they were close up until that castle age transition. The crossbow edition continued. And dogao, gold difference there. But close in eco, kind of the Chimera farmers probably pulling Sebastian ahead as they did that transition. But not even all that different until they start getting to castle. Then around 1k difference, and that difference opens up. So 2-minute difference there in castle age timing from Sebastian. Able to stay walled and go up faster. dogao maybe kept investing into those scouts because he tried to go for this wall, didn't have it in time. Went for a rather large wall, but walls don't matter if they're broken. So we'll transition and reset capture age. For a different value, when it's safe to do so, try a different value. For Daniela, 4096 causes a crash, but lower or higher works well. Okay, I had done... What's after 4096? What's 4096 times 2, chat? For Sebastian, 891, 8192, 8192. I'm just rooting for capture age to be fixed. Maps, that is a win for Sebastian on Arabia. We'll see if we get Nomad next. And for Civs, it's a win for the Khmer and a loss for the Hindustanis. It's been a while since I played 2048. I have gotten to 4096 back in the day. I don't know if I ever got to 8192. So maybe that's why I didn't... my mind didn't remember that power of 2 right away. They fixed before pathing? I don't know. We're supposed to be getting a pathing fixed in the next month or so. It's close to the pathing fixed. To the pathing fix. We're really close. Just make it broke or wrong in other ways. I don't know. I've Nilly seems to be confident in it. It's the first time I've ever heard confidence in a pathing fix. I would love a map scripting engine update. Okay, they should be in the game. Or there we are. Nomad. So welcome to Nomad. This will be DE's version of Nomad. It'll be a 3-villager start, and both players will be doing their TCs to the southwest. Sebastian on wood and gold, dogao on wood, berries, and chickens. Ooh, chickens under the TC. And not the annoying wild chickens for scouting. Good old proper deer chickens. No, don't need to funnel your chickens to the TC if you can bring your TC to the chickens. And elephants on this version of Nomad. Also the mouflons on this version of Nomad. These things, they are deer, but they don't even look like them. You can push them in, I think. So Malians against Koreans. Why do you pick Malians? Because of the wood discount gets you off to a very smooth start. And if you need to defend against war wagons, you have good monks for doing so. But Malians are more about the economy. Koreans, extra line of sight on the villagers, which is a wonderful scouting bonus for Nomad. Wood discount on your ships is great for growing galleys, even though turtle ships no longer an option with how nerfed they were in the changes. And then also war wagons. Great ability to go war wagons. Wonderful unit for Nomad. And Vargaz85, thank you for the follow. Let me make sure I have my YouTube chat open. There we go. of how transparent Nilly was in the interview. We gotta be honest, I don't really trust his interpretation of future patches. Nomad will, but he's too much of an optimist. I don't know. Nilly's always struck me as someone who is a very realistic. Maybe that's just the German nature, though. He was maybe overly optimistic about AoE 4, but... well, we'll see. Oh, I wish we just had good old user patch pathing back. And by that, I mean the exact same pathing from 1999. Just with some slight optimizations so that the same paths were calculated more efficiently. So, Vil luring in an elephant. The deer chicken. I learned a new elephant today. That's like an avatar animal, the deer chicken. That's a spicy Nomad start. It is handy to have your powers of two memorized sometimes. So, as I was saying, the Malians get their dock up early, and well, 5 fishing ships for dogao, 5 to 3, and you can feel, well, maybe not in the res collected yet, but pretty soon you're gonna see that advantage. As we've run out of fish here for Sebastian, goes for a shorefish, and as he moves over, he will see the dock. He's up to feudal first, though. dogao not too far behind. I guess that's just a really nice start for Sebastian with the elephant lore. Let's look at the scouting. He has... I don't know if he actually saw dogao here. He might have just missed him. But he does see the dock. He's very well aware of the dock, as they're both fishing each other's fish. Sharing a fish there. How lovely of them. dogao is scouting, and he will know exactly where Sebastian is. So I don't know if Sebastian did manage to realize dogao's here or not. We will see him there. Maybe we'll see if the mouflons are pushed. A sheep could be, or goat could be taken, and maybe that would lead him to know where dogao is. Any RTS in this style has pathing issues, but AoE 2 is especially bad for how competitive Foking is. Well, AoE 2 is just DE in particular. It's not just that the original game had good pathing, but it's that the definitive edition pathing is very clearly a step backwards in pathfinding from the game from 1999. And the changes they have attempted to make to it thus far have clearly made it worse. And thank you, the King, for the follow. So that's what I don't think the complaint is necessary, or at least from my side, is not that the pathing is bad, but that the pathing is worse. So Loom on the way there for Sebastian. And what will he be doing at his dock? He will be going double dock galleys, 20% wood discount on the galleys for the Koreans, and that will give them a very nice start to the feudal age. dogao will be triple docking, going around the peninsula, so he'll have an ability to run his fish and keep them safe, and start pumping out galleys from his docks as well. The dancing Vils. Yeah, Vils can dance. And dogao going out to that gold mine. And now it comes down to Gallimaku here. Advantage in numbers at the start from Sebastian, as he will be coming forward. Has a fishing ship there scouting the docks. Do Koreans get extra line of sight on the fishing ships? It's just the Vils, right? Their bonus doesn't apply to that. Yeah, it's just the Vils. On high versus default. Yeah, in AoE 1, you could change the pathfinding settings in the menu, which, as far as I'm aware, essentially change the number of iterations of A star that were run before it gave up. You could set that up in AoE 1. You could actually have like forests and go to low pathfinding, and the units wouldn't be able to find a path around, whereas on high pathfinding they would. And as far as I'm aware, the same thing was just kind of cooked into AoE 2, where a single player had twice the iterations that multiplayer did. So dogao going forward, he will bypass the galleys and look to snipe off fishing ships. So triple dock galleys from Sebastian as well. And maybe you're thinking if you're fighting the Koreans on water, you do want to go for the fishing ships because you don't want to engage in a long fight where the galleys are going to be cheaper in the long run for Sebastian. You might think, hey, let's snipe off the fishing ships, keep my fish alive as long as possible, and then just go for the land aggression. Go for the monk push. Try to get up and go for the monks. On high pathfinding, units would walk the wrong way when exploring. If you clicked into the darkness, they'd want to walk around rivers rather than walking towards it. Yep. And that's always the thing you had taken advantage of to check for holes in walls, too. So there are trade-offs to the different approaches. And part of the hard thing about pathfinding is you ought to do pathing in a way that doesn't just explore the map for you by right-clicking. You also need to interact with explored versus unexplored areas properly. I don't actually know how AoE2 reacts there incorporates that. So a couple of fishing ships picked off for dogao. Nicely done there, and he is winning this fight in the back. So now that Sebastian sent a lot of galleys to chase, dogao is able to take the initiative in the closer section between their docks, with the bulk of the galleys chasing his initial navy. The rest of dogao's navy can regroup and pick off fishing ships. Going to race around the map? Well, that's essentially what he did there. He is racing around the map. Racing around the map being chased. And he did find the dock over here. Maybe this group can go for the fishing ships. He is fletching, so he probably could destroy the fire. Let's see what type of fight he takes. He's going to go for the galleys. And, ooh, one galley, just an arrow left. Ooh, he turns one galley around to try to fight. And now he's going to pick off fishing ships. And do the best he can there. Picking off the Vill, maybe, too. Gets the villager. And we'll get one more fishing ship. There he goes. With his TC here, he can actually see that dock pretty well on land almost. I mean, you're at the house, he sees that the Vill is in the area. And racing around, now has to be careful by his own docks that these galleys could come over. But he can just make his own round of galleys here and have the navy to fight. And there he goes. Watching Zerglings flow through a hole is just sublime. I've never played StarCraft, but maybe I'll have to one day just for the experience. Did you bring back Palisade Scouting? I do kind of miss that. It's probably a good thing that it's gone, but it was a fun thing to do with the Palisade Scouting. Is that about the iteration of the pathfinding algorithm? Yeah, that was the setting you could change in AoE 1, the number of iterations of A-star that you ran. So elephant under the TC there. Another elephant lore from Sebastian. Making up maybe for the lack of fish now by being on land. So 2 fishing ships to 3. He does have more fishing ships being lost at the front. Where is remaining fishing ships? Kind of far from the docks in the south. dogao probably can pick them off. But dogao feels like he's taking a score lead from having won the water. Still 11 galleys to 11, but the fishing ships protected from dogao. Might need to run these. Maybe Sebastian grouped up in his navy, though. dogao might need to take his fishing ship and run another lap around the outside. He will lose his fish here. We'll get some shots on the galleys while they're focusing on the fish. How's SC2? I have no idea. I've never really watched it myself. The mango deletes were fun. The mango deletes were fun. And those galleys will run around the outside. So Castle Age on the way for dogao. Sebastian nowhere close to clicking up. And dogao still being aggressive on the water with his ships. And he's lost his fishing ships, but they have done the main thing he needed them to do. Get him to the Castle Age before Sebastian. Sebastian's selling wood. He's going to use the market to try to click up. He could sell the stone, but that does mean he won't have the tower defense option as the Koreans on this little peninsula. The way he's walled himself out, he has prevented himself from grabbing the stone. So archers here from dogao in the transition as the Malians. They will become crossbows, and we'll probably see, ooh, even a stable, an aggressive forward workshop from dogao. Now, a bit of an awkward situation here because of Sebastian's water presence. We'll be able to control this area with his galleys, And dogao might need, if he wants to go for a push, to come through this angle. But perhaps that angle is a good one because it'll be closer to the stone anyway. Other games do I play? I mostly play AoE too. I have a couple of Doom videos on my YouTube channel. And yeah, there's the workshop from dogao. I'd probably move that one tile back so it's not walled against the wood line, but we'll likely look to push through here with some mangonels. And there's Sebastian up, but still 90 seconds away from being up. And I'm sure he sold 100 stone to go up. And as the Koreans, that is tricky because you're not going to have that guard tower defense against the mangonel unless you buy your stone back. Is it the Doom you can play on a toaster? It's the Doom you can play on potatoes. It's the Doom you can play inside of other Doom. I have a couple of Doom Eternal videos too, but I haven't tried the new one. Dark Ages after the whole Mick Gordon situation and the usage of de novo anti-cheat in it. And not something that appeals to me. I've never played Portal 2, actually. Galleys capture everything else in large numbers? Yeah. I actually think, all in all, that the African kingdoms change for fire galleys, as the mangonel pops out on the wrong side of the workshop there. Thanks, Nilly. I actually don't like the water like the fire galleys. I feel like we have so many hybrid maps with fire galleys and small ponds that are just, it's boring to watch and it's boring to micro. Whereas galleys might be boring to watch, but at least they're fun to micro. I've never been a fan of the fire galleys. So skirm defense from Sebastian. Koreans making skirms, who would have guessed? Knight comes out, though, for dogao. Might need to think about armor if he's going to be against elite skirms. And defensive workshop also, especially if you're going to be under TC fire. 2 mangonels out, so dogao just have the mangonel lead. The tower went up on the wood line here. Interesting location of the tower. Would have thought, honestly, a tower on the hill, on the way up to the castle age, could have been a nice play. Then you get guard tower to keep your TC safe. But dogao applying a lot of mangonel pressure. Also with a res collected lead, from fishing more probably. Fox need an additional standard ship. I don't know. I've heard rumors of a water rebalance, but we'll see if that happens at any point. The rebalance I'd like for waters is take war galley and make them a fast and nimble ship, even if they're overall weaker. Like AoE 1 does it. The scout ship to the war galley ship was more fun than the way AoE 2 does it. So rocket cart coming forward. Yeah, also give us the old turtle ships back, please. Old turtle ships were so much better. The rocket cart takes out the mangonel. And Sebastian, no bank of anything on his resources, but the guard tower glitching through the TC wing. Wonderful graphics there. One day this bug will be fixed too. We'll force the mangonels back. Ooh, dogao, not going to tank a rocket cart hit. We'll turn the crossbows back in time. Old turtles were useless? Old turtles were useful. They destroyed fire ships in early Castle Age. They actually had a use. And the FC turtle ship was actually legit a thing. Oh, and with that monk, we'll find the mining camp from Sebastian. Sebastian was trying to do a clandestine economy to go for more guard towers. I said his 2 stones were denied, not denied all the way out there. dogao could send crossbows up there, and that could be devastating. He wants Sebastian not to get the castle. Question for dogao is, did he actually notice that he saw that? So bloodline's on the way, armor for the knights, and he might be going for a knight push in addition to the mangonels. Koreans don't have the best monks, but here come the knights. But under a TC and tower, still will be taking damage over time, especially with only 1 armor. But knights, if they can pick off the rocket cart. Quick walls from Sebastian to save the rocket cart. They can pick that off, he can save the TC maybe, but that TC will go down. Sebastian not trying to repair it. Doesn't really have the wood to repair it, could just build a new one. Do a new one maybe on the outside of the wood. That'll be safe with the guard towers. This is still why I thought maybe 1 tower on that hill protecting the only access to his town would have become a guard tower and then prevented the mangonel push from getting to the TC in the first place. More houses going down. You know that was Nilly's fault? Well, it's a pathing issue, because the mangonel was probably going to go to the when you ungarrison from buildings, it takes the closest side to the output or to the gather point where it tries to ungarrison, and it doesn't take the path into account. So if the gather point was over here, like on the hill, it would have tried to ungarrison from this spot, and then ungarrisoned and popped around. Where it really should be taking the pathing distance into account rather than just the closest side for the ungarrison. What's the set after this? TaToH Sitaux. I've not tried the water balance there, no. Maybe he never set a rally point and just went to the default spot? I mean, didn't it pop out over here a bit? It could have. But it would be very weird for a player not to set a gather point at this level. It started moving immediately when it popped out, right? Which would indicate a gather point. So Monk defense and Fire Lancer. Oh boy, Sebastian getting to the Fire Lancers. 0 TCs, but you don't need TCs for Fire Lancers. The Knights are getting devastated by that guard tower in the skirms in this fight, even with +2 armor. Too many Fire Lancers. dogao hoovering around. Didn't lose a Knight, but he'll need to heal now. Molly and Monk there. That guy looks fancy. Can clearly tell he's a monk, too. He's a TC up. Oh, he's a TC up by the stone. Oh, dogao! dogao, what are you doing? Don't build your TC there. Go for the TC fight. Go for the TC fight. Oh, Galley's coming over. Galley's coming over. dogao not noticing. He was chasing a Vil. Maybe patrolled into the galleys. And this is awful for dogao. All of a sudden, he's losing all of his crossbow army, not paying attention to the galleys. Oh, dogao, what are you doing? Oh, not like this, dogao. Not like this. Great usage of the water control from Sebastian still to pick them off. So 4 mangonels coming over. Sebastian won't have this TC up for long. And that will just get mangonel down. Look, they're drowning into the quicksand. Drowning into the desert terrain. More houses going up. And another big fight with knights. Knights versus fire lancers and monks. Monks for converting back the converted knights for dogao. And is this a castle drop? This is a castle drop. Okay, Sebastian going for the castle. Didn't manage to wall all the Vils in. And the knights will get there. And I don't think this goes up. Range deleted so the knights can get there. This will be a doubt castle from Sebastian. And dogao continuing to add to his Vil lead. Sebastian not going to get to the war wagons he wanted. All the Vils will die. Enough knights here probably to overwhelm the fire lancers and the monks too. The Vils all going down. Only 4 HP left. Monk goes down. And this Vil, can she wall herself in? Quick wall hero villager? No, this is a fight that is being won. And Sebastian will call the GG. dogao ties it up 1-1. And great play from him on Nomad, getting the eco lead on the water, trapping Sebastian onto that peninsula, and having a great push. So 23k res collected for dogao. And better castle age timing by 2 minutes from the fish. More villagers at the end, and what is the food collected? No, remove all, no. Yeah, you can see he's pulling ahead in food, and just ever so slightly, but then by a few hundred, that's going to let him click Castle Age first. There we go. And that ties it up. dogao wins Nomad. And he wins with Malians over Koreans. And Land Madness will be our next and final map of the set. And bloodless, slow bloodless. People were hyping Sebastian as a new top 5. Well, he's not losing to dogao. Won that first game pretty easily. As that's dogao's home map of Nomad. And probably with the better Nomad civ, maybe? I love the close-ups. Some people tell me to zoom in, some people tell me to zoom out. Can't please everyone. Here from Ornlu's stream, getting some nice caster variety. Nice. Oh, Ornlu also, is he streaming on YouTube again? Take a look at Ornlu's YouTube stream. Let me check. UE2 Ornlu. Yeah, he is streaming on YouTube. Nice, nice, nice. They helped him set that up. Oh, he's doing the Into China Nostalgia run for Genghis Khan. I had to look at that. He's the important one, the zoom out one. You unironically like the close-ups. And how am I going to say this? I Paviva. Thank you for the follow. So Land Madness, Gurjars, Incas will be our civs. And we shall be loading in here. Have I ever met him IRL? I don't think so. I know. Oh, I know I haven't met him, but I don't think anyone else has. So dogao will be in the red as the Inca to the northwest, and Sebastian will be playing as the blue Gurjars to the southeast. And look at this, 3 berry bushes under his TC. Oh, Sebastian, this is going to be so annoying. How are you going to lure a boar? You got no spot under the TC to place it. So Gurjars versus Incas. So Gurjars as a camel civ for countering cav, well, not going to be useful against the Incas. Or against the Inca. It's going to be putting some sheep in the mill. Maybe if he gets the chakram throwers, that could be sick. Do slingers have an attack bonus against chakram throwers, though? I don't know. It's very difficult to meet a spirit. Depends on if you believe in ghosts. Or if you're sane. Can I please zoom inside out? Sebastian's other civ left was Maya, who also lose to Incas. Oh, that's fair enough. The Maya usually do lose to the Incas, unless they can get to plumes. But it's a tricky setup to get to plumes, and then you beat everything aside from skirms. It's like you lose hard to slinger skirm, unless you can get like plume siege. See it as a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It is very square, whereas the other icons are circular. I still don't know the icons. Oh, I wish they had something that better than icons for distinguishing civs. Yep, exactly. I don't have anything against infantry until they get to chakrams, and then the question is, how do slingers do against chakram throwers? Maybe they do okay. It'll get eaten by the boar there. Deer under the TC, or ibex under the TC. Or taken. Let me finish this coffee. So much coffee, I need to make sure I'm drinking water too to stay awake and stay hydrated. Slingers should be good against chakrams. Yes, chakrams do count as infantry. They have the infantry armor class, so slingers will have the attack bonus against them. And also a bit of extra range when you do fletching and bodkin. Okay, after this set, remind me, chat, I'll need to go and grab more water. Always important to stay stocked up on water when you're casting. Okay. So Ibex being pushed in by the eagle. And there it goes. Camel Scout will be pushing in an Ibex 2. And 2 Vills on wood indicates you want to go up pretty quickly and go for Scouts, as Sebastian third just walking over now, but he's already at 19 pop. So this will probably be a 20 pop no loom up from Sebastian. And that'll be against 19 pop with loom. So identical up times, the difference will be loom. And our Inca player, as the American Civ, will be going out to the gold. Taking the remaining sheep under the TC. No mill yet, so this will be a pre-mill French rush style from dogao, adding in 2 militia. We'll see if he goes for the third and the men-at-arms, or if he just stays on the French rush. Oh, he is adding the third. Alright, so probably will be men-at-arms then. And put you to sleep. I hope that's a good thing, though, if you're trying to sleep. Some people say it's nice and calming to have the stream on in the background while they're sleeping. They can have very peaceful dreams instead of obsidian arrow nightmares like I have. Eldorado Eagles? Do they resist the slinger bonus? I thought they didn't. Well, it doesn't matter here. Unless slingers get converted. And thank you. I'm using my phone Kappa for the follow. Is that still a thing on Twitch where if you sub, it's more expensive on mobile than on desktop? A username just made me think of that. So stable going up for Sebastian as the militia into men-at-arms come hoovering around the back. They will walk over the rock terrain. It's land madness, so you need to go for small walls. You can't do full walls with the rock unless you use the edge of the map to wall. This is not the land madness with the fish trap rock terrain on the edge like I use. And is there a hole? There is a hole. Sebastian, no! The men-at-arms getting in. He didn't finish the wall and he'll have to run. He will wall off at least part of his lumber camp, but no, he lets the men-at-arms in, greedily not finishing the wall. There's maybe misclicking and not finishing it. He doesn't lose a Vil, though. Can at least take some stragglers for now. But he will have to throw up a very quick archery range before any farmers, or before adding in any farms, just to have the range units for fighting the men-at-arms. Will he have a spear forward for dogao? He's not going for the spear. Usually after seeing the stable, I like adding the spear, maybe even before the men-at-arms upgrade. Just to have it forward to help against the scouts. And he will himself be going for archers into skirms. 1 archer, and then skirms. And there's the spear. Is anyone else's YouTube stream a good 15 seconds behind Twitch? That might be the case. Usually it's like a second or so behind. Because when I'm doing 4K, I'm streaming at normal latency instead of ultra low latency, as they call it. But I guess it's distracting if you're trying to chat on Twitch and watch on YouTube. But 15 seconds sounds a bit extreme. You could try just maybe putting it on 2 times speed and seeing if the player catches up. That does sound a bit extreme, though. That is, as nice as the YouTube stream player is, sometimes it you don't realize that you're falling behind, and you can speed up. So camel and scouts here will be taking a fight. Men-at-arms and the spear come forward. And they will be getting here around the barracks and the mill. Sheep in the mill, pigs in the mill. And Elvin, thank you for the follow. And also earlier, Mighty Marcellus for the follow. Missed that, thank you very much. And Sebastian will be sending sheep out of the mill to go to the TC and trying to take them with the Vils. Trying just to keep his efficiency up without needing to add in more farmers. Interesting way to play the Gujaras against the men-at-arms, using your sheep to delay your farming eco. And get more wood for the early range.
Okay.
Skirm's trying to fend off the archers. have double bit axe on the way for dogao.
Okay. Ari.
Skirm is fighting the eagles and men-at-arms.
Okay. Ari.
The archers will come forward, or the skirms will come forward, try to chase this down. And that's a lot of infantry for dogao so far, and he can't catch the scouts, but eagles will be useful against the skirms. They might need their armor. Let's see, that doesn't matter on level ground, right? Still one damage. Okay, yeah, maybe they don't need their armor then. Forward farms from Sebastian. Why is he doing the farms here instead of back here, where it'd be maybe a bit safer? Because maybe he's thinking of walling up and taking the gold, and maybe just having more walls and protecting this part of his eco more rather than the back. But no, he's going for the lumber camp in the back. Okay, he's still trying to survive by having more skirm numbers. And we all know the skirm is the most important unit. You have enough skirms, you can fight the feudal army. He's picking off men-at-arms with the skirms. He's just trying to find the low HP units and fight them with skirms. No spears added in, so the scouts can engage rather nicely. And that was a great fight for Sebastian. Cleans everything. All those men-at-arms going down. Skirm's OP. And he will try to catch the fleeing units there. Eagle goes down. Forging on the way for dogao. That would have been useful in that fight against the scouts. Yeah, but he's not going to be able to run. Not going to be able to run at all. More skirms coming forward. Could be a question of YouTube hating Firefox. Maybe that's a thing too. I recently have been trying to swap to Firefox instead of Chrome, but it's annoying because all my passwords and login info is in Chrome. I gotta have both installed just for web dev anyway to make sure stuff works on both browsers. From what I've heard, AdBlock should be working better on Firefox these days. But it still seems to work for me on Chrome, and that's the big thing, making sure AdBlock works on YouTube. So, a couple of vills going down for dogao. Feels like Sebastian just has a huge advantage having cleaned that army. And eagles here for dogao. Not enough to fight. He needs to camp under his TC with the skirms now, but even so doesn't have the numbers. And this is where Sebastian can kind of sit between the barracks and the range and not let dogao get his reinforcements forward. You maybe use the shift queued gather points here, could be interesting for getting the skirms kind of around the mill into the TC. But bloodlines on the way for Sebastian. Oh, he took those fights without even bloodlines. Armor on the infantry on the eagles for dogao. That'll only matter against the scouts. They're already taking 1 damage from the skirms. Skirms will pick off another skirm. Try to pick off eagles. Somehow more ads than Twitch. I hope you don't get ads on the YouTube streams. I do what I can to turn them off as much as possible, but it might still be country or user dependent.
Okay. Okay.
So skirms fight the eagles. Eagles still coming forward. Now dogao getting his numbers back, trying to chase this away. But the farther he gets from his TC, the better the fight the scouts will take. Still no spear added in. And are there enough scouts here with bloodlines to win the fight? I think there are. The eagles are low on HP. And this should be another good fight for Sebastian. Low HP eagles everywhere, more scouts coming in. Scouts can go focus the skirms now, and he has a huge skirm mass forging on the way for Sebastian. And he can just keep pumping Feudal Age Army now and win. Just YouTube in general, not my channel. Okay. Yeah, because I do as much as I can. I keep YouTube ads off because I hate ads. And that's why I do appreciate all the subs and support we've gotten, especially the past month with cartographers, because that helps us run stuff without the ads.
Okay.
Scouts going for the eagles. Can you import Chrome password into Firefox? That's probably an option at one point. I don't know if I still can. That would actually be very lovely if I could. Someone tell me to zoom out.
Okay.
Eagles going down. There's the GG from dogao, just overwhelmed by military from Sebastian in feudal. Sebastian will win. And there we are, 42 to 19 KD in favor of Sebastian. Better economy, 500 more res collected. I mean, the strong eco from the Incas to stay close, but dogao just didn't have the army composition he needed to fight. Same feudal from both. But when he was forward with the men-at-arms and the Eagles and lost that fight, that's when things just started to snowball. And from that point on, Sebastian could just go scouts and skirms and win the game from there. Dedicated password manager and not the one in the browser. That would probably be a good idea. That also takes more setting up. And there we have it. 2-1 win for Sebastian, and our next set will be TaToH and Sitaux. Now let's just give him his wins on the scoreboard real quick. That's a win with the Gujaras over the Incas. GG. Passwords are far too important to entrust a browser with. Alright, so we will have one more set after this. I'm going to be taking a very, very quick break. I'll grab myself a snack. And then we'll be back with the next set. I'll update the scoreboard after I get back. I'll grab more water. And stay tuned as we'll have TaToH versus Sitaux coming up next. It's 4 a.m., so you're off to bed. Alright, see you later, Jim Cullen. And let me get my overlays updated now. Transition. And do this. This is Group D. This is TaToH versus Sitaux. Let me update this title on YouTube too. TaToH versus Sitaux. I don't know if this is live. Is this live? Let me check the Discord. Don't see anything there yet. And update my Twitch title. TaToH versus Sitaux. Everything updated. Water, air, earth, fire. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. You ever seen Mesosieves on Land Madness? Well, you still haven't, because the Inca are not a Mesosieve. They're from South America, not Mesoamerica. But more properly, they can be played there. They definitely can be played. But definitely trickier and probably less straightforward than the Scout Civs. So thank you all for tuning in. I hope that you are enjoying Medieval Masters. Again, shout out to Mario for hosting it. It is a quick 2-week tournament, and we've casted quite a bit this past week. Trying to do as much as I can to cover it in English. Yep, switching to a different browser is a bigger step than it needs to be, as Nardu says. And I'll say Risk with an extra S in there. 152, thank you earlier for the follow. And add in ice and stone to the elements, and then we can go full Bionicle mode. Here, while we're waiting for the next game, let me show you guys something. Let me show you what I just saw on the upcoming Lego set page. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready? I don't know if you all are ready for this. But while we're waiting for the drafts, let me show you. Okay, watch out, because this is... Wait, let me see if I can put my browser in dark mode. Dark reader. There we are. I won't flashbang you. TaToH or Sitaux? Which TaToH? I like that. Alright. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Because this is what I saw as a Lego set. Hello, Sean. A Shelby Cobra as a Lego set. After the stream today, I'm gonna see if I can pre-order this. I'm gonna sign up. I should have an insider account from years ago. And I'm gonna order this, and we're gonna do a Lego stream. I hope my stream is going swimmingly. I hope so too, because we're going to be doing at some point a Lego stream. 1250 pieces for 160 euro? No, for 160 USD. This is like cheaper if you do euros. That is a small piece count for that, but it's Lego. Lego's expensive these days. What is this? Oh, yes. Get this box, and we're gonna build this, and we're gonna stream this. That's a video. Oh, look at that, rotating around. Look at that. Is this like minifigure sized? Can I put minifigures in there? I need to find some good minifigures then. Look at this. Oh, you can open the hood. You can open the hood. How do you turn this on? Room. Oh, look at that guy. That guy looks like he's in his 40s playing with Legos. That's older than I am. Oh, I'm only gonna be in my 30s playing with Legos. Oh, everything open. The trunk opens. 17 images. They really went all out. Look at the out of focus and then in focus parts. Oh, apparently does the glove box open? You're gonna have fun building this on stream. I'm putting it on the shelf there. That's what the box looks like. And then room. Oh, this is just a rotating camera on the shelf. Oh no, he's building it. Look at that. What do you have to do in life to get a career as a model for Lego videos? Is anyone else's Arabia spawning from no woodlines? Now, I've seen that was a bug. I haven't, oh, the wheels and the steering wheel correspond. I haven't reproduced it myself. Is there money in there? Yeah, that's what you're spending on the set. That money. The Lego set's more expensive than the car itself. We have dimensions. 4 inches by 6 inches by 12 inches. Ooh. Height, width, and depth. It's 3-dimensional. There's a license plate. Oh, imagine that. Imagine if every set came with a different license plate. Oh, that'd be sick. 427 SC. Seems like it's actually a thing. Wait, I enjoy access to it. Get it first. I should have a membership. I have more stuffs there. More stuffs. All right. So there you go. That's what we're going to be doing. We'll be looking at the Shelby Cobra. We'll be doing a stream with that at some point. A Lego stream. Do we have drafts yet? Do we have drafts for the set? We do have drafts for the set. There we are. We do have drafts. Transitioning. Oh, and right now we have the wreck right away. Oh, it's a RAR file wreck again. No, stop RARing at me. Delete these RARs from the other day. Also clear out my save game directory so that these will load faster. There we are. And download, save. Yes. The save game directory. 7-zip the RAR file. Extract. And boom. It's the James Bond edition. They have the James Bond Aston Martin as a Lego set, right? I've never really been a car person. All right. So here we are. Oh wait, what's the group number? What's the group number? This is group D. Let me set the group in capture age group D. Boom. Capture age time. Hello, Pitless Boy and John. They buffed the Cobra from 500 to 1241. You know what? We need a Last Airbender mod for AoE 2 for factions and bending themed units. 160 for a medium-sized set. That's AoE 2 themed set. Oh yeah, we're finally getting AoE 2 Legos with the Cobra. It's 200 in Canada, 200 Canadian dollars. Baradur is only 450 euros. That sounds expensive. Yeah, there's so many licensed Lego things. I remember back in the day it was just the Star Wars one. I had the X-Wing with Yoda's hut. So TaToH and Sitaux, Huns versus Teutons. Oh, someone wanted the Teutons in a 1v1. Finally, we're getting them. Huns with Cav Archers should probably counter the Teutons. Remember, last time Sitaux tried to use the Jurchens on this map. Didn't really work out for him. Vazi. This map looks super empty somehow, and the forest needs less density. Bazi's saying that we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of trees is too much. But yeah, it is rather empty. I guess that's maybe the point, but all your resources are forward. And the rest of the map is empty with no neutral resources. You have 3 golds, 2 stones. But oh, TaToH lucked out. TaToH has an amazing map with the back gold. You don't often get that on this map. You can do a back gold, you can do like a campaign mining camp here, take gold and stone at the same time. There's a Teutons, like for a tower rush there, you could tower rush and also grab some gold. Okay. On the mini map, yeah, it does look a bit thin for sure. Usually craters are quite empty. There's Crater Lake. That's the other crater map. Then that one obviously is filled with a lake. Maybe this map is just Crater Lake, but missing the lake. Whoever made 7-zip and VLC, 2 very useful applications. Ibex is being pushed in. TaToH gonna try to get the Ibexes under the TC. What do Teutons do versus Cav Archers? Usually they die versus Cav Archers. So if Sitaux gets to that point, he could be in a really good spot, but the problem is getting to that point. As Teutons, do they get extra melee armor on their scouts in the Castle Age? That I forget. They don't get the melee armor until Castle, and it's not in Feudal. His Bloodline scouts with melee armor extra could be great on this map, but I think it's Castle when that happens. And of course, they don't have the light cav upgrade. So TaToH, I feel like TaToH needs to be very aggressive and win the game in Feudal, and waiting until Castle could be a death sentence. Okay, let's see if there's any last drops of coffee. Should be mentioned in the tech tree? What, in the tech tree? Oh, wait, in the tech tree. Yes, is this. +1, +2 melee armor, Castle Imperial. Yeah, so in Castle. Barracks and stable units. And hello, Bisham the Warrior. And 2 10s, yes. And we'll have a villager and loom on the way. And we still have the third set of the day, and if I add my viewer numbers together between Twitch and YouTube, we still have like 650 plus viewers. So after Cartographers, the viewer numbers the channel has been getting has been insane. So again, thank you all very much for all the lovely support. And I'm still looking at the numbers and just seeing them hopefully continue going up. Did I get water for this set? I did get water. Yes, I did get water. It is when I stream, I have one of those Brita pitchers with the filter in it, and it's on the floor next to my desk filtering right now. You know, once it filters, I'll pour it into this bottle. I think it's filtered by now. I'll check between the games. So barracks going up for ooh, did you see that, Bill? Like doing a backwards walk next to those sheep. Send that to Nilly. Make scouting more worthwhile. I think well, this map in particular, there's nothing to scout. As Bozzy said, it's empty. So you push your deer, and then, I mean, what else do you have to scout? Your opponent's resources are forward, and you're just caring about the barracks and whether they're going militia into men-at-arms, which it looks like Sitaux will be doing, adding in the militia. This will not be a pre-mill, any pre-mill drush. He does have the mill there. Filter live stream. We can do some water pouring ASMR. So feudal first for TaToH, and he will be going for a stable. So Spear Scout looks like from him, and we'll probably be going pretty heavy into Teuton Scouts. So cheap farms for the Teutons can be nice on this map if you're going for an extended feudal war. Spear gets a poke on the Scout. Don't bother scouting. It's above your pay grade. Ooh, that is a Vil standing idle. Like them for the castle range. The Teutons are the one who kept the original castle architecture, right? When they added the individual castles. Yeah, I think they're the ones who kept it. So Scout keeps running around. And militia getting in. TaToH lost a Vil to a scout and a militia. So effective use of the militia there for Sitaux. Has 1 militia left. Did Sitaux go for a 1 militia drush? He didn't have a second militia, right? Yeah, TaToH hasn't killed anything. Oh wait, he has a 1-to-1 KD. Maybe it was a 2 militia drush and he killed 1 militia. I did see Leary do that once, the 1 militia drush. So scouts and spears for both. And now the question is just, when do they start adding in skirmishers? Will they even dare going for archers rather than skirms? Could maybe just see full double stable scouts on this map too, but that's probably just going to get a lot of spears. Spears on the hill poking down. And Vil's turn to fight. Spear's running away. One kill was the scout. Oh, one kill was the scout. You're right. So it was a one militia drush. You're right. It was the scout that died. So it's the one militia drush. And Sauce Bistro, thank you for the follow. But if it started raining and there was a flood on the map, then you better be on the high ground by your lumber camp. That'd be like one of those dynamic battle scenarios. Rain into a flood. Scouts exist to run under TCs. So there's the archery range and archers from Sitaux. TaToH's staying on the stable. And now he'll have a chance, maybe, I mean, Teutons could go double stable scouts here. If the Huns stop producing. Lots of spears, but you get bloodlines and your attack upgrade, and then you can even kind of fight spears. Especially if the archers come out and it's not full spear. So TaToH's still hoovering around. See Sitaux on the gold. Yeah, TaToH, no horse collar even, just adding in all the Teuton farms. I guess horse collar is less important for the Teutons because their farms are cheaper anyway. But still, if you're doing this many farms on just scouts, I would expect horse collar. I don't know, I'll have to ask TaToH if that's just something he forgot or if it's intentional. So Sitaux is still seeing only one stable. And I wonder if this is, he's doing Town Watch. I wonder if this is a Castle Age aim for TaToH, where he's going to go knights, or if it's just, we're going to see another stable and it'll be full feudal scouts. An awesome custom scenario where the crater slowly turns into an open lake with water. Exactly. Like that Atheline magic to build a river from nowhere. Or actually, I've seen scenarios build land terrain on top of water. I've never seen water terrain be created. Maybe it can be possible. I don't know. Well, my old YouTube subs will remember the relic of the earth building a land bridge. So scouts, that's a lot of spears. Is TaToH gonna go pikeman? Like pikeman knight? There's the second stable. Okay, it's gonna be double stable scouts then. Double stable scouts from TaToH. And he'll try to overwhelm Sitaux in feudal. So looking at that, Sitaux hasn't seen the stable yet. He has seen a lot of the farms though. So armor on the way. TaToH does have forging first. Armor, and where are those vills going? Is he gonna try to tower rush now? So late feudal Teutons trush, and he's maybe going to try to overwhelm Sitaux in scout numbers if Sitaux goes castle. And Sitaux has a ton of spears, but forging bloodline scouts can fight that. He needs the bloodlines component though. TaToH right now needs to long distance mine 20 more gold for bloodlines. I don't think he can go full feudal scouts without bloodlines. He's going to go for a tower rush. And maybe he's going to try to use the tower as a way to fend off the spears and just control the gold? Well, TaToH, there's the bloodlines. Okay, did he get 20 more gold somewhere? He must have. Maybe he was mining it already and I saw the vills come in. Anyway, once bloodlines comes in, then TaToH can maybe force the fight. And if that tower goes up, he's going to force a fight under the tower. Lots of spears still alive for TaToH. And maybe you can think of armor for them just for fighting other spears. Make deer unpushable? Deer have always been unpushable. Okay, TaToH gonna try to get around, and he just needs to fight. He prefer to fight on the hill? Okay, he's gonna try to delay the fight until the tower goes up. And avoid fighting. Archers will hit the vills. Vills will garrison. And now TaToH could fight under the towers? Defensive tower for Sitaux. Archers surrounding the base of his tower. So more army here for Sitaux. TaToH going to take the hill. With the hill and the tower fire, will fight the spears. And I think this should be an okay fight for TaToH. And yeah, he clears that. Lots of archers still survive. Scouts not fighting. But the tower goes down. TaToH will run the vills. Is that okay for Sitaux? He lost all the spears. He will be up. Maybe this is still okay with him. He's doing what you want to do. Keep your archers under towers. And TaToH just finding another spot for a tower by the hill. And now he can get the spear numbers up. TaToH didn't quite have the overwhelming scout numbers he needed. And now Sitaux... This tower is just kind of a defense so the vills can garrison. And yeah, Sitaux going to overwhelm this and pick the vills on the tower. And this feels like a good Castle Age timing for Sitaux. His crossbow's on the way. That tower will be denied at 86%, and there's the GG from TaToH as Sitaux will do it and go up 1-0. So TaToH went for the tower rush and the full feudal Teutons push. Took about as good a fight as he could have with fully upgraded scouts on the hill against the spears with the tower. But Sitaux just reacted with his own defensive tower, had so many vills there he could fight. Maybe TaToH needed to YOLO more vills forward for a bigger vill fight. But GG. And look at some stats. That is 29 to 21 kills in favor of Sitaux, and those were scouts he was killing, so very valuable. And about 1k more res collected too. Technology faster up, society, pretty similar vill counts. And here was my question, did TaToH have to reseed any of his farms? I think he had to reseed a couple of them, so Horse Collar might have probably been worth it there. Lots of low HP farms he was just about to reseed anyway. I'm going to call it and say Horse Collar would have been useful. Worthwhile, though, I'm not sure. And Feudal Void. Alright, and that'll give Sitaux a 1-0 lead. If they win on Crater. TaToH has Arena. Yes, Arena as his home map. Very first picked Huns against last picked Teutons didn't work out. TaToH had a strategy at the end of his draft. TaToH always the player you expect to have a strategy. Delete the raw files as we go. And just look for the next rec to be posted. Okay, let me pour this water for myself. You not lose to CA if you lose before CA are out. That is very true. So I imagine the next map is Arena. We'll see what TaToH ends up picking. And here we are with a RAR file. Still in the game. And here we are, game number 2. And it will be Arena. Look at these relics all to the top left of the map, and none of them spawning down to the bottom right. Ooh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics. Are the Wu Fire Archers worth it? I have no idea. I got wrecked by them once in a game of African Clearing, but that's the only time I've really seen it. We saw them from Doubt once in Cartographers, and they kind of worked. I'll need to see more of them. So Sitaux will be in the red playing as the Cubans. TaToH will be in the blue playing as the Malay. So let's see if this is maybe a feudal age from TaToH. Maybe a tower defense against potential tower rush from Sitaux. We'll see if Sitaux goes to tower push. Maybe an interesting TC location on the berries, but we'll probably could go for this wood line, could go for a gold, could go here between a gold and the wood line. 2 houses for Sitaux right away. Already making a secondary light. Oh, he's gonna funnel! Sitaux is gonna funnel the chickens. He's going for the gate. He's doing it! It's a phosphoro build in a high-level game. He's doing it. He can't build it. He's waiting for the chicken to move off. He's doing it. Sitaux, you're putting way too much HP on that gate. There you go. He's doing it. He's gonna funnel the chickens. Let's go. Yes. Oh, the phosphor build is spreading. Right in between the chickens. He's gonna force the chickens to walk around the gates and they'll go right to the TC. Is TaToH gonna scout this? It's chicken arena. I don't think chicken should be on the arena in the first place, but look at the funnel. Yes, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oh, that chicken doesn't even know where to run. He's just getting distracted and lost. That takes a wide path around the wall. Boar coming in. Sitaux doesn't have the wood for a lumber camp right now. He's gonna need to delete this funnel at some point. He's doing it. A chicken funnel in a tournament game. Hello, ducks. Chickens on arena is not historically accurate. Or chickens in the circus is not a typical meal for clowns. Well, they run fast when they're scared, and they walk when they're not scared. So this is just a chicken by itself trying to path from one side of the gate to the other when it goes for its short walk. The chickens that are running are chickens that are scared by the scout. So Sitaux can go on both sides and now push them from the other side. Oh yes, peak gaming. Let's go. Oh, they're running, they're going to the other side. That one's on its way to the TC. He's getting them right by the corner where it's short, and he's going to try to push it to the other side. There, almost goes. Oop, one more push, Sitaux. One more push. There you go. There he goes up and slowly walking. It's walking back now. Didn't quite get the push he wanted. I'll have to wait for that to reset. It's just like deer have two different modes of walking, right? How they're slower when they walk back. Oh, he's giving up on it. He's giving up Sitaux. Yeah, well, he needed a mill. That's why he's deleting it, so he had wood for a mill. I'm disappointed he gave up on it though. He needs to practice more. He needs to practice his chicken pushes. Arena really is a great math. This is so stupid and amazing, yes. Ah, he's doing it. I have the Phosphor video where Phosphor does it. Here's Sitaux doing it in a tournament game. And lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. He's starting to believe. Yes, he is starting to believe. And thank you, 3HK Philip 1 for the follow. Welcome to the chicken push. And relax, and push the chickens around the funnel. Yes. This will just be long distance taking the chickens the boring way from Sitaux. So he'll get. I think I'll give him half a twist point there, because he pushed the chickens but didn't fully push all of them. What's TaToH doing? Oh yeah, TaToH's playing the game too. He's Dark Age Melee playing Arena, second Lumber Camp, and this many vills he will probably go up slowly and go for a Castle Age. So he might just FC. I have seen Melee manage to FC and outboom the Cumans. So with the faster uptiming into 2 TCs right away. So we'll see what population TaToH goes up on and if he can pull that off. TaToH milled his chickens though. He did the boring thing. Could have just walled right from the edge of the map to the TC. Personally hate chicken, but I think it's good to mix up the hamster spreadsheet builds. I like chickens as an option if you can design maps around them. I don't like forcing their way into existing maps. That's my feel on the chickens. So mining camp for TaToH, he'll be placing adjacent to the gold, so probably only putting 2 vills on it for a while. You have that vill mine diagonally, 1 vill come over here and mine on this side. And then he'll be good. He needs to reposition this vill though. Because you kind of want to mine this gold out before you want to then saturate the gold. 2 vills on this side though. I would like it more 1-1. Anyway, some farms for TaToH, some Dark Age farms, kind of necessary as the Melee if you want to go up fast. Or go up at a reasonable time. You need to collect that food while you're up. And at 27 pop, he is up to feudal, and we'll see if he can pull off a straight to castle build. He'll have 5 on the berries, 2 on gold. He'll need a lot of gold if he wants to go up. Will he have enough? He needs to gather 3 more times, so yeah, he'll probably be good. Better than feudal boom train scouts? Depends on what you're doing. I don't think he's worried about scouts right now, because the Cuban player is booming, and they're not going to have their own scouts by the time you're up. The thing about scouts would be how well could the Cuban deny the FC player from getting relics. But maybe TaToH doesn't want relics here, maybe he just wants to boom. And he could very easily boom, do a TC here, a TC here between the stone and the gold to have a great eco. Maybe even put a TC here if he wants more farming space. Sometimes farming space for TCs is nice on Arena. Is TaToH up to feudal? blacksmith market going up near the walls for TaToH. Also, look at these bushes. The bushes mixed in with the jungle trees. And yeah, again, Drazini doing the thing where he puts the bushes on the outside and then the trees more towards the back. Also, I realized capture age, oh wait, never mind. I was thinking the image would be there, but it's there. Never mind. I'm just blind. TaToH already won. I think Feudal Boom would take too long to get to Castle Age. TaToH will be playing on 3TC2 soon and collect relics. I saw this on Zong once, where the Malay outboomed the Cumans. And yeah, he'll be Castle Age, and he won't even be that far behind in Vils. I don't know how good the actual Malay boom is, though. I'll need to try this out, like maybe as a team game pocket into Elephants at some time. Next time we do community games on Arena. Yes, horse collar on the way. And Castle Age for TaToH. And 1 TC on the stone. And where is his next TC? Between the wood and the gold. Okay, so 2 TCs on his resources. Has the mining camp already if he wants to do upgrades. And this is, yeah, this is where I think I really would have liked to have seen this gold mined out a bit more by those villagers instead of taking the 2 separate piles. Maybe he's trying just to make a 1-tile gap and have both of them mined. But I think having this one mined would have made it much easier to surround that gold mine. Or maybe even just put the mining camp 1 tile over on the... Yeah, I would have actually liked the mining camp on the corner side. Like 1 tile forward. Then you surround that on both sides with the villas, you're good, and you create the gap for later on. Boom, Bazi, bored by the boom. He wants some aggression. He wants some clownery. So, forage bushes will be finished almost. TaToH has to pay attention to his upgrades. Don't know if you can afford heavy plow when you're this fast up, but 12 seconds of idle time for him, not all that bad. 16 seconds for Sitaux. And Sitaux starting to go to gold, starting to go to stone. And if Sitaux's plan is forward castle drop fast imp, I think the Malay are a good civ for countering that. TaToH just booms up himself, uses the... maybe has a slightly slower imp time, but with a better eco, does a castle in the back, and then gets to a Treb bombard cannon play. So right now it's a 10-vil lead for Sitaux. Oh, TaToH, what is this farm? Is T90 playing for you? What the? Okay, I guess it makes sense though. You can maybe do one here, fill this area. Okay, never mind. False alarm. False T90 farm alert. You will fill in the gaps properly. That's okay. That's an okay farm. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. And more farms around. He'll be able to use the chicken mill for farms too, so it's not like it's wasted wood. I'll have 2 mills of farms, 3 TCs of farms, and I think this is just 3 TCs and imp for TaToH whenever he's able to click up. Question then is what unit you open with, and you try to scout what the Cumans are doing. I think the answer is either Halb, Skirm, or Arbalest. If you see they're going Kipchaks, then Skirm Arb makes sense. If you see they're going Paladin, then Halb makes sense. Sitaux will be coming forward. TaToH no army. TaToH also knows stone, so no counter castle or counter tower immediately. So 2 TCs, Sitaux will go for the forward castle. TaToH just now dropping a monastery, so no one playing for relics. TaToH still scouting. He'll see the vills, and he knows the forward castle's coming. And what, will he try to fight this? He can send vills to vill fight, honestly. But maybe not worth it without a tower. He's going to go for an immediate workshop. And oh, mining camp forward for Sitaux. Sitaux doesn't need a castle, just needs to mine some gold. He's not up to the castle age yet anyway. Oh, actually, this is going to be a mangonel. This will be a mangonel from TaToH. And he looked at the uptiming, right? Feudal only from the Cumans. And where does this castle go for Sitaux? Does it go over here? Now, the mangonel is going to be out. That could be in time to stop the castle. I think if TaToH actually had sent vills forward to fight this, I mean, you do Lumen 1 TC, Wheelbarrow in another, you get the workshop ready, you get a monk on the way out, so the monk can heal the scout, You get a tiny bit of healing, then you go for the conversion. There is the Mangonel, and this could be a doubt castle from Sitaux. This could be a doubt castle. Here comes the Mangonel, deleting the wall and the gate just for the better options. These vills, they do have loom at least, but no way he's getting that up now. Not with a Mangonel out. And vills will come wall in the Mangonel. The monk going for conversion on the scout. Nice block there. Scout's going to lose more HP. Vills can run to the Mangonel, but Vills can repair. TaToH losing everything. This is the bad part of humans on Arena. The Vills are just chasing the Mangonel, but another monk will come out soon. Repair can come in. Maybe we'll see a Scorpion. Yep, Scorpion from TaToH. Repairs on the Mangonel. More Vills on their way forward. TaToH did not quite get that walled up in time. And Sitaux had to send everything forward. Now he's got 75 Vills there. He's about to click up to Imp, so he will get the castle eventually. TaToH did not successfully deny it, but he did kill quite a few Vills in doing so. Now it's a 7-0 Eco KD. The walls are open, but that's okay. The castle would have opened them anyway. And TaToH now with Loom, delayed the Loom as much as possible. It's not lost a single Vill there. How does TaToH have a kill if he didn't... Oh, he killed one monk. The more Vills coming, TaToH didn't get it walled off in time. And he's just going to do his own defensive castle. And I don't like that castle if he's not Imp. Flying Stone. I think now TaToH just stops queuing Vills and clicks Imp. He has Wheelbarrow queued. Is he going to play full Castle Age? Kipchak's on the way. And he's going for a monk defense. Okay, well, TaToH will be Imp first. He will have Bodkin, Bowsaw, and then Trebuchets. TaToH needs to reclaim some wood, as he does, just as I say it. And yeah, there's Wheelbarrow. I still think canceling the Vill and going Imp would be the play for the melee. You just want to get into a Treb war in a position where as the melee, you could even do your chemistry upgrade at the university, go Bombard Cannon. And Monk Bombard Cannon Treb. No one going for relics. I think TaToH just going for them now. He is grabbing them. Kipchak's out there will prevent TaToH from getting relics. And Imperial Age is on the way. Clutching on the way too. And a second castle from Sitaux. This is going to be double castle Treb production. And this is kind of why I thought the castle for TaToH would need to be in the back. You give yourself more time to react, but he is the university on the way, and it will be Bombard Cannons at some point. Although with with the Mangonel, maybe that was an overly aggressive castle from Sitaux. 2 conversions on the Kipchaks, repairs on the Mangonel. Will the Mangonel survive? Will all the Kipchaks go down? 2 Kipchaks left. 1 Kipchak will be left. The castle will go up, but that was also a fight that Sitaux had to force with the Kipchaks. He kind of lost. So 13 seconds away from Imp is TaToH taking advantage of that melee Imp timing. Only 1 castle for him, though. He's close to a second. There's a barracks, and there's that back workshop. And ballistics on the way. Yeah, chemistry. Chemistry more important than ballistics here for cannons. Treb on the way for TaToH. Probably a situation where both players lose their castles. But behind this, Sitaux is picking up relics. TaToH, however, more Vills. And more res collected, so a stronger eco, probably better able to sustain production in the Treb war. And he's going to start repairing. Need 6 Vills for that first Treb. And suddenly, significantly more when 2 more. That's 6 Vills, and then another 14. So 20 Vills total to repair against 3 Trebs. The block printing on the way for TaToH. That'll be monks to defend against the Kipchaks. And you need a way to defend against the Kipchaks if the castle goes down. I'm still thinking that back castle would have been better for TaToH. He's repairing, but needs to use stone to repair that he won't have for another castle. And he needs to get at least 1 trebuchet out, or at least a second Treb out. And he does get the Treb out before the castle goes down. 1 more volley will take it. Not enough repair vills, only 9 repair vills, and yeah, the castle goes down. Blacksmith gets hit too, but 2 Trebs, some Scorpions, and now 2 workshops for Bombard Cannons if he can afford that, which he can't quite afford yet. But the Treb's working on the castle. That workshop goes down, but he has another workshop in the back, cannon on the way. He needs to have enough monks for converting Kipchaks. Where are the monks? Only 2 monks. Ooh, and that is risky having only 2. But now Sitaux, 20 vills down, but he does have 3 relics and probably more on the way. And he's going to pick the monks right away. Kipchaks are there, and TaToH does not have the army for dealing with the Kipchaks. He's relying on that castle to protect the Trebs. He has a couple of Scorpions maybe, but that's it. If the Kipchaks pick the Scorpions, then this is over for TaToH. He needs to repair the Trebs, repair the Scorpions, repair the Bombard Cannon. Trying to go crossbows, maybe a bit late for crossbows. Loses another Scorpion. Sitaux should be able to repair that castle for a while, but not enough forward vills. Only 9, you need 13 against 2 Trebs. The Trebs, if that Treb goes down, then I think Sitaux holds the castles. Kipchaks can dance on the crossbows for a while. Have to dance. It's a lot of dead Kipchaks. TaToH's still holding. The Treb goes down, though. The Treb goes down, and that means Sitaux will keep the castle up. He will keep the castle up, and TaToH needs to keep repairing. Kipchaks still have to deal with the Bombard Cannon. A lot of crossbows for TaToH, and I think maybe a mistake to go for the cannon and not the crossbows there. Crossbows destroying the killing the Kipchaks. 4 Trebs out now. And Bloodlines Ballistics on the way for Sitaux, and he needs to get his Kipchak numbers up. Fight the crossbows. TaToH with 1 Treb just constantly keeping it alive. Sitaux repairing the castle though. TaToH's still up by 21 vills, doing armor, and you can see how the eco's letting him just add in the crossbows and the extra army. A bit more than Sitaux. Sitaux, I don't think there's enough Kipchaks to fight that many crossbows. 13 crossbows. Needs more Kipchaks. Needs more upgrades. Has Bloodlines on the way. Hello, Debuts. Even A tier Hera. Hey, Hera just won an A tier tournament. Did have Doubt to carry him though. Crossbows killing Kipchaks. Sitaux being way too overzealous. He does finally clear the Treb. Armor on the way for the Kipchaks. Huge difference if he has all the armor upgrades. But still, those are while missing Arb, TaToH has otherwise fully upgraded crossbows. Missing Arb and some armors, but with as far as attack goes, he should be able to win against the Kipchaks with these numbers. Now, Doubt won an A tier in spite of having her there. And going for the wall. I mean, Sitau's still all the map presence. He has 4 relics and can easily pick up the 5th if he wants. And yeah, he has a monk going for it. So behind this, he's mining the forward gold, taking that away from TaToH. He's grabbing all 5 relics. So add the relics into the eco difference. That's about 6 or so vills. But then add in the 3 wheelbarrow vills. And the KD is just so much better for TaToH. Sitaux trying to dance. Elite Skirm on the way. And Sitau's going to need something other than Kipchak to deal with this. I don't know what that is. But maybe the answer for Sitaux is just hold the castles as long as he can. Get his eco set up. Try to get an extra 20 vills added in. Maybe even a 3rd TC for more eco behind it. Just get the farms and eventually get into a spot where he could make a light cap change. Pressure's not going to kill TaToH. Yeah, he needs to boom behind still on 2 TCs. Well, adding in more ranges, trying to do Elite Skirm of his own. At least with the Kipchaks, he has all the upgrades he needs for Skirm, but will be behind in upgrades without Bracer against TaToH. TaToH can keep adding the armor upgrades. And behind this, TaToH 3 TCs, so he's going to have more villagers. Had to idle a bit to make sure he got imp in time. Ooh, lost a cannon. Losing a cannon to a castle that doesn't even have Bracer, that hurts. Does TaToH have siege engineers? Nope, has not been able to afford that yet. And needs to stop losing to the castles. Okay, TC goes down. And when you use siege towers? Occasionally. But very situational. Treb misses the cannon. There's siege engineers. That'll be +1 range for the cannons. 20% extra damage to the buildings. And Kipchaks want to pick off cannons, but the numbers are not there yet. Sitaux needs a few more. Maybe he needs to use the castle to open a hole in the wall over here. That'll make it easier for the Kipchaks to run in and hoover around and pick off the cannons. I'm a big fan of siege towers, and using them over a wood line. I do lay claim to the best siege tower masterpiece ever. Hopping that wood line. As Sitaux used the siege tower in the game he threw to disastrous effect. That's true. So here comes some skirms. It'll be skirm Kipchak, and Sitaux on a bit of a timer. He's trying to use the trebs to defend himself against the cannons, and, well, picks off one cannon there. TaToH not expanding. Ooh, another cannon going down. Okay, he gets sniped off by the Kipchaks, so the Kipchaks have to run away from the crossbows. Siege tower is the best way to impress the opponent. Who's winning? I don't know. Sitaux still has the score lead, and he's kind of evened up the Vil count now, but still down by 5k res collected. TaToH's going to do the thing you want to do in this situation, though, and that's leak out to the outside. I think he might need a TC. I feel like Sitaux with the relics at this point, if he can sustain the skirm production, is okay. But Kuman skirms are not good. They lack bracer. Every fight he takes, TaToH already has numbers. He's just going to be losing skirms. He's done a great job to keep the castles up. And he's going to add stables behind this. So I think maybe a bit early to add stables. He got 46 on wood. I think maybe he needs maybe 20 more vills, surround some farms, or surround some mills with farms in his wall, just like he's doing. Then you get the stables, you do your upgrades, maybe even do steppe husbandry for the production speed. And then you just try to overwhelm with hussars, especially if you can do the armor upgrades. So far, great job from Sitaux. He lost a lot of Kipchaks, and maybe he could have microed some of those fights a bit more properly to avoid losing them. But he's kept the castles up, and he just wants to be in a point where the castles are buying him time to raid. And amazing map awareness with that Kipchak to see that TaToH moved on the outside. TaToH just went for the lumber camp and not the TC. So he doesn't have the protection for the vills he might have wanted. Oh, forget what I said about hussars. He's going Cavalier. He's going Cavalier. Didn't we have an arena game earlier where Sitaux was in the chat and he said that he felt like steppe lancers would have been more useful in a similar situation against skirms than Cavaliers? Maybe these are wrecks. Is that foreshadowing he's going to lose the game because he went Cavaliers and then Cavaliers die and he thinks he should have gone steppe lancers? Was TaToH giving us spoilers by commenting on another game? Well, that has stayed in basically the same spot for so long. Well, it hasn't stayed in the same spot. Looking at the ecos, TaToH is mightily ahead. And just so key for him now to have 2k relic gold behind this push. And he's added in the eco. The fight on the front has stayed in the same spot for a long time, that's for sure. But now finally TaToH destroying the castles and he will be able to break out. But what army will he have when he breaks out? Chain barding armor on the way. He's going to be pushing into Cavaliers. Sitaux is not going to be able to afford Paladins and it's going to have to be full Cavaliers. Only 4 Cavaliers on the field. But now it's going to be a long time for TaToH to push forward. And Sitaux's taking a lot of that forward gold too. Say that right as the castles go down. The jinx of Varian entering the chat. And the barracks going up for TaToH. So TaToH's prepared for the Cav switch. He'll be going Halb to deal with it. Starting with the pikeman upgrade, but needs to produce now. And against that, with 44 skirms, armor on the way, even with Cavaliers, you need the armor upgrade to engage that many skirms. Armor is crucial. It's the difference between skirms there having 7 attack versus 4 or versus 6 armor. That's the difference of 3 to 1 damage. So you really need the armor. Not gonna have paladins. Doesn't have the eco for paladins. Does at least have gold access. Cavaliers can continue to raid. If they see that TC from TaToH, they can raid that. TaToH losing a bit of map awareness now. Didn't have outposts up. That's something else he could have been doing here. Outposts just to see where TaToH leaks out. And yeah, here come the Cavaliers trying to hit the reinforcing vills. He knows TaToH with his army forward is going to be doing stuff in the back. And he continues taking bad fights with the skirms. It's just he can't take a good fight with his skirms here with being down by not having bracer. And halbs are in for TaToH. Halbs are in. And Sitaux going to try to pick off the halbs as they come forward, but enough numbers for TaToH. He's even going to win the fights against the Cavaliers here. And The bombard cannons have been such a nice addition for TaToH, but here come Cavaliers trying to pick off as many cannons as they can. The Halbs there to defend. Will the Halbs be in time? And it's all about the HP of these cannons now. The Cavaliers going down to the Halbs. 2 cannons go down, but TaToH manages to defend, keeps 3 cannons alive. Actually, I think only 1 cannon died there. Lost track of that third one. They all stay alive. Repairville's there for TaToH. And he can now push on the front. He can push on the front, has a lot of skirm still. That'll be skirm, crossbow, halb, and a forward workshop. Oh yeah, that's true. Free melee armor, huge for TaToH when it comes to upgrading the halbs. Sitaux, in desperation, adding in some T90 farms. He deletes his walls. He's the Kumans. He can't rebuild those walls. Just tries to get better positioning for his military here. More stables on the way as he's lost some of his forward stables. If he can destroy the cannons, he stalls out the push, but that's going to be a sacrifice of Cavaliers and a sacrifice of gold units. And he goes for it and pulls back, which just means he takes damage. Forward workshop forging on the way for TaToH, continuing the halb upgrades, and now he's pushing back. Sitaux with more vills and with 5 relics, but down in res collected still, and also down in KD. Trying to amass more Cavaliers. He's getting up to almost 20. I think he needs more like 30 plus to take a fight against halbs. You need to kill halbs and then have enough alive still. Halb numbers freezing. Can the Cavaliers find the cannons within the massive skirms? Looking for needles in that haystack. He gets 1 of them. If I could double click the cannons, there are 2 more there. He'll get a GG. Won't get the cannons in time. And there he calls it. TaToH holds on against the pressure. Finishes, manages to win. I still feel like that forward castle might have been better for him in the back. Could have gotten more trebs out early on, maybe cleared the castles earlier. But manages to do it. Crossbows added in. He has that better eco than the Kumans. And even with Sitaux grabbing 5 relics, TaToH holds on. Yeah, he didn't have time to mass anything. And I don't think he can keep just staying on skirm to fight this with the upgrade disadvantage. Had to make a Cavalier switch, but couldn't quite do it in time. TaToH pushed out just in time. Looking at the eco. More eco still for TaToH. And GG, that'll head to game 3. This will update the scoreboard here. I always love seeing Arena. We'll have 4 lakes. Sitaux with a much more boring map pick than TaToH. A win for the Malay, and a loss for the Kumans. Don't trickle. Love the trub sound. It sounds so visceral. Ooh. Please show the resources they have, not the total. Oh, in the 1v1 captures, the resources are at the top of the screen. Confuses me too after cartographers, though. Alright, just gonna wait for the next rec to be posted. Thank you all for tuning in. We have very nearly 1,000 viewers. 317 on YouTube, 654 on Twitch. So I hope you're enjoying the set. Always love seeing those arena games. And again, if you want to watch without ads, remember you can't do that on YouTube. Game. Kipchak? I don't know about the Kipchaks. I think that's still a decent choice. Because you can't really afford another unit when you're going for the castle push. Maybe... And Atlas Skirms kind of bought him time to add his eco in. I don't know if he would have had options. It's so hard to tell what the Kuman eco feels like when you're going for that push and we're just spectating. It feels like maybe the option would have been holding the front and trying to get eco added in faster. But if he doesn't go for skirms, then he doesn't have as much time to hold the front. Could be Persians versus Wu, yes. And just, again, these are recs, and I'm waiting for them to post the final rec. You need elite steppies. Probably would have been better against the Halbs than the Cavaliers. That's for sure. In that case, you can always do step husbandry to keep the production time up and amass them faster. Mangonels before cannons came out? I mean, the cannons came out right away, though. And there was the defensive castle early on. I don't think Mangonels helped him in that situation. And in Imp, too, with Bracer, the skirms are actually useful against the Mangonels. Same thing with the few crossbows that had been added in. And hello, LL. Alright, game number 3. This file's roaring at me. Let's go. Download the file. And let's go. And welcome to game number 3. We're tied 1-1, and indeed, it shall be Sitaux playing as the red Wu to the south, against TaToH playing as the blue Persians to the north. Persians, pretty much everyone's first pick on this map. Plus 50, well, I can do this. Plus 50 food and wood in the Dark Age. Town centers, plus 5% production in the Dark Age. And docks, same with more HP, and that'll continue every age. Caravanserai won't matter here, but great eco bonuses for these hybrid maps. And great dock and TC bonuses, too, for fighting on the water. Or dock bonuses for the water. You're not fighting on the water with your TC, unless you're doing some type of crazy douche. Imagine that douching the dock. So the Wu get plus 65 food every time they build a dock, so that's great. The infantry regenerate, so maybe an option to play men-at-arms along with the dock here. They'll have the Jian Swordsman, which is basically the Huskarl in the Castle Age. And then Fire Archer in the late game. And Vale1127, thank you for the follow. Oh, also, during the last game, Seb Anxious and IRB Goodya, thank you for the follows on Twitch. Who do you think will win? That's a good one. And zippity boop. Leader Strumpf 12. Thank you for the follows. So let's look at the map. Forward gold for Sitaux. Forward stone too. It's a backwood down there, but it's pretty thin. We'll probably have to take wood here. And it'll be okay if he walls. Taking some stragglers now. I went for the early dock plus straggler. TaToH's still not docking. 5 on wood. More of a standard build from him. And there's the dock. Look at that. By the shorefish already walling the Vilzen. Now remember, this version of Four Lakes, I'll call it Four Lakes because it's DE's default map, but based on the map Cross, has tons and tons of fish. The fish don't even avoid each other. Tons and tons of fish. You have like 15, 16 deep fish in each of these ponds, perhaps even more. What's that? 18 deep fish in this pond for TaToH, compared to the tournament versions where we usually only have 8 per pond. So you can go for a huge fish boom, you don't even need to move out and take other ponds. And they're directly across from each other, so probably the farthest they could possibly be for going for a sneak dock, so I think the fishing ecos will be safe. TaToH's map may be more resources in the back, although walling the front will be extremely difficult for him. Berry's exposed, gold's kind of exposed, only one wood line. So not much wood access for the players on this map. Tang is a type of fish, Wu-Tang. Oh boy. Oh yeah, get the puns in the chat. Get your puns now. Use all your woo puns. And Lons, hello crab. How are you doing? Wood is important early game. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. It's like this at least, is it? I've seen maps like this with no wood lines. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how recently DE's script has been updated. I'll need to take a look at it. I need to do my homework for the next cast. Right, there's a Vil kill in a T90 game. Woo woo woo. That's a good one too. Loom on the way for TaToH. They say wooloo instead of wooloo. So Sitaux chopping the straggler, he's going to get a mining camp up. And as good a spot as he can get. And barracks at the front for TaToH. And fishing ship numbers 4 to 3. 2 militia for Sitaux, so as the Wu, he indeed will use his healing militia. Also, he gets 65 food from building the barracks, so why not build it? Why food when constructing buildings is a bonus? I don't know, but I guess they need ideas with all the civs they're adding. Here come a couple of militia forward. So, third militia on the... Ooh, 4 militia! So Sitaux gonna go very heavy for the men-at-arms. TaToH up to feudal. And just looking around the map, there's no forward dock, no sneak docks on the players. They'll just be fishing themselves. Fishing peacefully. Defensive range from TaToH. He has scouted the barracks, and he's aware of that. You can see the scout on the menu map there. Very well aware of the barracks. Into Augusto on YouTube. So, Town Watch on the way for TaToH. Vil getting hit by the scout as the men-at-arms come forward. Vil's turn to fight. Archer coming around for TaToH. And the Vils will run back to the TC. Is this on the new patch? Yes, it is on the new patch. So all the changes applied in the patch have been applied to the Wu. I don't think they were changed though. I think they were the save that didn't get any changes. No, wait, the way, the Shu, the Khitans, and the Jurchens, and the Fire Lancers all changed, but none of that applies to the Wu, if I recall. So the patch literally has no effect on this Civ matchup. I'm pretty sure they don't, right? This is the Three Kingdoms. This is before gunpowder. So it doesn't look like it. Yeah, the Fire Lancers are just, they rebalanced old civs like the Vietnamese, Koreans, and Chinese. And then they also gave them to... Do the Khitans and the Jurchens both get them? The Jurchens probably too. The Khitans probably don't. the Chinese, though, they massacred them. No more camels for the Chinese. It's sad. Oh, they both, the Khitans get Fire Lancers? Oh, okay. Then they get Fire Lancers, yeah. Remember, these are the civs that don't fit the AoE 2 time frame, so they don't get the Fire Lancers. Ooh, TaToH going for the quick gate, gets the gate. Tries to trap the Men-at-Arms so the archers can do damage to them, and we'll get his Vil out. Not quite the trap he wanted, but almost. So we have a full wall here from Sitaux. Absolute complete wall. And at the same time, he's going for the pond to the west. TaToH going for the pond to the east. And both fishing away to their heart's content, as TaToH does pick off Sitaux's scout. It seemed to represent the Song, who controlled southern China, wouldn't be in areas that had abundant camel populations. You see, Crab, that's why we shouldn't split civs this much. That's why we should have the Chinese represent many different peoples and not just one specific one, the original intent, and then they can keep their camels. It's not as bad as Burgundians, though. Burgundians, when the Franks were there, still doesn't make sense. Slav Civ. The Fire Lancers fit the Khitans time frame? Yes, they do. The Khitans are a proper AoE2 time frame civ. They have Poles and Lithuanians. Okay, so TaToH gonna hit the tree, or the wall behind the tree, move over to another wall. So both boys up to the Castle Age, not much aggression so far. They're kind of far apart on this map. So we'll have scale mail armor on the way for Sitaux, which does make you think he will be going with the forward barracks for the Jian Swordsman. And oh my gosh, how do you counter Jian Swordsman? By going for Persian longswords. TaToH, you're gonna go for knights, but no, please TaToH. This would be the one situation where Persian longswords would be a good idea. Please TaToH, give us some Persian longswords. Bloodlines is on the way. He'll probably go knights, but and Dishaum, thank you for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime. We're very close to 400 sub points. We're at 388, looks like. What about the Southern Slavs? What about Second Slavs? Age of Empires, more like a Rise of Nations. I'll have to do a Rise of Nations stream someday. It's been a really long time since I played it, but maybe the campaigns would be a fun thing for YouTube. I can actually play as the USA in that game. Make nukes. So crossbow on the way for TaToH. No way of Wuxia. TaToH, knights, I know your knights are good as the Persians, but then pikemen can just come out. And then maybe monks could come out. Maybe yeah, they're right away a monastery for knights. Sitaux knows how to play the Wu. Jian Swordsman Knights. And he's gonna have a ton of food eco for this. And the crossbows will be useless, especially with some skirms. And TaToH defending the gold. He can even tower the gold, but who cares if you have Jian Swordsman? They don't even have all their Pierce armor yet. They don't even need all their Pierce armor. TaToH with the walling Vil. Sitaux might need another Vil to wall this, but shouldn't be able to counterattack. Sitaux might want to split out to that wood line, just to make sure he doesn't overchop. Who's your favorite new civ? Wu feel kind of broken. Also, the stable is very far forward. Would have thought maybe a bit closer to the TC to keep them alive better. Oh, this civ also has Atonement. Yeah, so they also have good monks with Atonement and Redemption and Sanctity and Fervor and Devotion. So all the stuff you'd want in the Castle Age. So if you want to go for a monk war, you could just convert the Persian monks. Persians, of course, do not have Atonement or Redemption. or Sanctity. But conversions could come in. The Giant Swordsman, one is converted, but going for the crossbows, they will run under the TC without a care in the world. Feel like absolute trash against a good gunpowder sieve on a closed map. They probably do. That is not what we have here. I guess the Persians are a good gunpowder sieve. Knights coming out. Swordsmen fighting knights. Knights coming back. Monks still want conversions. Scouts to pick off the monks. I mean, you just go longswords here. You don't really care about the monks. Does TaToH have enough knights to fight this? Does Sitaux have enough monks to convert? And TC on the gold for TaToH. Going to try to control the gold. His food eco is just the fishing ship, so he doesn't need that many farms. I'd like that he did add a few farms, though. You don't want to be completely dependent on fish. An outpost over here from TaToH just to make sure he's aware of any docks that Sitaux might do. He's adding the fish on both sides. The 10 fishing ships to 13. Still quite a few fish for both. Forward workshops for Sitaux. At this point, I might have even gone double monastery. I mean, you can just kind of do more of a gold focus instead of wood then if you're not doing siege. And then your redemption monks are your siege. And baskets, lawns baskets. Knights might clear this. Pikemen are there, though. Pikemen are there. Defensive monk from TaToH. Still pulling back. Pulling to the TCs. Among the potential civs, Khitans, Tanguts, Jurchens, Song, Tibetans, and Dali. Only the former two are deserving of camels. Well, I actually don't know. I don't know anything about where the civs are located. I'm not an expert in Chinese history. So stable here will go down. Maybe the Chinese themselves could have just represented a different civ then. They're in China. Oh, thank you. So swordsman, pikeman here. Scorpion out. I guess one unit here that wouldn't be countered by Persian longswords. Armor on the way for Sitaux. Behind this, only a 4 eco unit difference. Another TC going up for TaToH. So that'll be 3 TCs for TaToH, still only 1 for Sitaux. Still managing to defend Mangonel's the Scorpion. Now tries to Mangonel some vills, but they hop in the TC. Mangonel goes down. Swordsmen still keep pouring forward. The swordsmen are not caring about the arrow fire from the TCs. And they're going to get in on the gold now. This could be a couple of vills going down. TaToH under pressure. Swordsman going to start getting some eco damage. Vills dying. Swordsman just hoovering under the TCs. TaToH on the other side, though. He is in. His knights got in. Where did they get in? They broke in through the house. Sitaux did not wall enough. Sitaux not walling, and TaToH is in. Sitaux has to wall his lumber camp. But good job with house walls over here. Not over here. Counter raid. And this is how TaToH is ahead, because he's getting a counter raid. Sitaux needs to wall that up. Did not properly house wall everywhere. That tree might have been annoying there. He's going to wall to trap the knights in. Stop reinforcements. And at the same time, TaToH fighting at the front. We have a line of dead Jian swordsmen as they ran away. And the raid might save him. Hello, Langzander. Are the Jian swordsmen shock infantry? Yes, they are shock infantry. That's why I'm saying go longswords, because longswords have an attack bonus against them. Shock infantry 1 armor, so still not the same as eagles that have only 0 armor there. But still countered by longswords in terms of the attack bonus they have. TaToH should go elephants? I hope so. I would love to see that. Why are they shocked? No, they're the ones who do the shocking. the knights are the ones who are shook. Okay, pikemen. And knights running around. Also, TaToH taking gold on the side. Why not? So 3 TCs for TaToH, starting to pull ahead in eco, but only a 4 eco unit lead so far. And more swordsmen, more pikemen. TaToH with a crossbow. Getting the good viewer numbers? Yep. We're at almost 1K viewers now between Twitch and YouTube. We're around 950 or so far, around. So swordsman coming forward, pikes ungarrisoning from the ram. Yeah, neat gov level eco upgrades for both players. I guess the farm upgrades aren't as important when you're fishing. And actually, no farms at all for Sitaux. And he just has some pikemen in his eco. Needs to do another lumber camp sometime. He is not having anything there. He's just microing fully on the front. Ram push now. Swordsman going through the barracks. Mangonel, they're defending. These are Persian TCs, so all that HP makes it hard for them to push, or hard for them to be pushed. Jian Swordsman going through the barracks. TaToH not getting the house in the right spot to re-wall on the side. However, on the front, TaToH winning a fight with the knights. Eco KDs are similar. The swordsman will find the TC over here, and they will kill Vils at this TC. TaToH, though, up by 10 Vils. Yeah, I'm sure there is some double dipping going on, but I think it's mostly... I think YouTube is, for the most part, it's a new audience. Or an old audience who now has streams. I think Gulam should have shock infantry. They probably should, do they not? That was a new addition. And they feel like eagles in almost every way, aside from not having that armor class then. And perhaps more importantly, not having conversion resistance. So Cav Archers now for TaToH. Cav Archers will be useless against these swordsmen, but may be useful against the pikemen. Pikemen causing problems for the knights. Pikemen closing on the Cav Archers. Monk goes down to the knight. And Jargaxma, thank you for the follow. Douche the duck. The converted Jian Swordsman, low on HP, so he's speedy and can run away. So Ram's on that workshop now, and I don't think that workshop stays up much longer. The Jian Swordsman still able to hoover under the TCs, shrug off those arrows. Now a Ram push on the TCs. TaToH sending Vils to fight. Monks coming up, being hit by the swordsman. Monks start to go down. That's 2 dead monks. Mangonel completely misses that monk somehow. More forward monks from Sitaux. Feels like this push is working and he's gaining momentum. Has the Vil lead too. On the side, he's killing more Vils out by this side TC, forcing that to stay garrisoned and idled. As the Rams pushed off by the Vils, all the HP on the Persian TC is still helping. But now 16 eco unit lead for Sitaux. More army for him. The Jian Swordsmen are working. What an absolute mess. What a unit that was added to the game. Mangonel hitting the TC. Monk's going for a conversion on the knight. Red Phosphoro is proud. TaToH's fault not going Persian longswords. There's another civ that only has longswords now, right? Or only men-at-arms? Was that the Khitans or the Jurchens? Persians no longer alone in their only longswords. Oh, look at this! There's stone for a castle. That castle will be dropped on 2 town centers. Taking a gold, that is a forward castle. Village just outside the castle, or outside the TC range. This castle will cover everything in this base. And there's the GG from TaToH. Sitaux does it. He goes up 2-1. And he will take a very nice win over TaToH with the Wu and the Jian Swordsman. If there's one player who's going to go Persian longswords, it's TaToH, but that was probably the situation for him. And to be honest, I guess if you're thinking Wu on this map when you see the first Persians pick in the draft from TaToH, should have gone War Elephants. I think that might have been a bit too slow, but I think indeed longswords. Maybe you just think Wu against the Civ, who really doesn't want to go for the swordsman line. So let me update the scoreboard then. 2-1 for Sitaux over TaToH. For the maps, he then will have his home map of 4 lakes. For the Civs, yeah, Persians were the very first pick, and the Wu at the very end as a counter to Persians. Anticipating no longswords might be the play. Get out of the game, castle, yes. Yeah, the Jurchen's only men-at-arms, no longswords even. 4 elephants countered by both pikes and monks, but do they counter the giant swordsmen? Those were the problem. Does Sitaux have a YouTube video about the Giant Swordsman? Would they be viable if unconvertible? They'd be better. But I think the cost of them would still be prohibitive. It's probably GG. That is GG. I guess Filter Coffee may be a bit behind on YouTube. Whew. Anyway. I think that's probably it for me for today. I have to go do some work in making sure we get the cartographer's payments flowing. And I will send a raid. How about we send a raid? Who is streaming right now? We could send a raid over to... Let's send a raid over to Mem. Looks like he has a Coma Cup he's going to be playing in. Danny's been casting 3 sets, so she's probably going to go offline like I am. I'm going to help her tonight set up a YouTube stream. She wanted to practice that. And same thing with Ornlu. I think Ornlu's going to go offline. So I'll raid Mem, who will at least be covering the Coma Cup and covering it by playing in it. So go say hi to Mem. And I'll see you all tomorrow. I think the same thing, 15 GMT start for more Medieval Masters. And the one from the 2. Oh, also on YouTube, I'll say goodbye to you guys too. So, Wu is the crown. Oh, yes, I messed that up. Get my overlay right for the end scene. Yes. Thank you. So I'll say goodbye to YouTube first, and we'll raid someone on Twitch. Thank you very much, everyone who watched on YouTube. Hope you enjoyed.